Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the BSEC Equinox online webinar. I'm Stephanie, the moderator for the webinar today. It's a pleasure to have all of you here this morning. Hope everyone is staying safe and healthy. The COVID-19 pandemic have moved us together in this platform, where now many of us are used to online webinars. Today's session will involve thinking process on the way to move forward post-COVID-19 with reputable speakers. We have Mr. Girish M. Ramachandran from 27 Advisory talking about investable master plans, what investors want, followed by Ayar Alif Iskandar, who will put his hands on the digital world in architecture practice post-pandemic. After lunch, we will have Ms. Ixora Ang from Tropicana Corporation, one of our top 10 developers 2022 recipient, to focus on property market. And finally, Ayah Ahmad Mashur from Perunding Hashim and NAH Sendirian Berhad, who will go technical on chilled water thermal storage. Please also stay on and do not log off as we have amazing lucky draws to be given away. Grab and movie vouchers and Shangri-La Hotel cash vouchers are up for grabs. Before we begin the session, I would like to run through the general house rules for the session. Firstly, the host will mute your audio and camera throughout the whole webinar session, and this session will be recorded. We will share the recording within 7 working days after the webinar. We will have Q&A sessions after all the speakers' presentations. You may use the Q&A button to type your questions into the chat box, and please mention your company name. We also have lucky draws with amazing prizes for this BSEC Equinox online webinar, so stay tuned for more information. To begin this event, may we invite Ms. Gok Sok Ling, BCI Central Malaysia General Manager, to say a few words. Ms. Ling, please.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant day to all. We are delighted to have you here with us today. From our partners to the stakeholders and decision makers in the industry, we extend a warm welcome. It is with joy that we are reigniting our Equinox series, starting with this Equinox online webinar, closely followed by a physical event tomorrow at Intercontinental Hotel KL. In the last 2 to 3 years, we have been hearing so much of these terms: COVID, pandemic, endemicity, new normal, unprecedented. Most of us are probably tired of hearing them. There is no question that the coronavirus has challenged us in ways we have never been challenged before. It brings forth circumstances that we would never have imagined would happen in the past. Nevertheless, COVID-19 has also presented us with new opportunities and new ventures. We finally see the light of the day when our government relaxed the SOP in Malaysia from May. With that, we see more positives at every turn. All sectors are slowly resuming in full force, including construction. We see early stage projects in Malaysia continue with an upward trajectory, where both building and civil sectors are contributing to the growth, but more so the civil sector. This progress comes as our COVID-19 cases stabilizes and health restrictions are further eased. Malaysia finally opened its borders to travelers as we transition to the endemic stage. The civil sector is making more noise than the building sector, and early stages of civil developments have been on an ascent since Q2 2021, ensuring sufficient projects are pumped into the pipeline. Developments have been driven mainly by infrastructure projects, namely the PJT Link, Bangi Putrajaya Expressway, and KL Node Highway. Combination of factors as such, recovery of our economy and foreign investments versus extreme raw material price hikes and labor shortages will push and pull back the progress of the construction industry. Nevertheless, businesses and companies in Malaysia remain neutral yet positive, despite a slower but steady pace. So what are investors looking for in this stage? What are the best practices in the current architectural landscape? What is the way forward in the property market and digital transformation post-pandemic? Stay tuned for that. Lastly, without taking any more time of the day, I would like to thank our speakers. Keynote address by A.R. Alice Leong, Deputy President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, PAM, Mr. Girish Ramachandran from 27 Advisory, A.R. Alif Iskandar, Group Principal and Director, Veritas Design Group, Ms. Ixora Ang, Senior General Manager, Marketing and Sales Division, Business Development Division of Tropicana Corporation Berhad, and IR Ahmad Masud Jahaya, Director of Perunding Hashim and Neh Sunyan Berhad. Thank you for spending time with us today and generously sharing your insights with us. I hope our attendees will sign off today with plentiful takeaways by the end of the session. I look forward to seeing everyone at our physical Equinox tomorrow, which will be held at Intercontinental Hotel KL from 4:30 p.m. onwards. Now, passing on the baton to A.R. Alice Leong for her keynote address. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you, Ms. Ling, for the opening speech. Now, we are truly honored to have the next person to be with us today. May we invite A.R. Alice Leong, the Deputy President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, PAM, to give a keynote speech. A.R. Alice, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the MC. Good morning to everyone and to Ms. Ling, General Manager of PCI Central Malaysia. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you again to PCI Central Malaysia for inviting me to deliver the keynote speech for this webinar named Equinox 2022. So ladies and gentlemen, after we have went through the 2.5 tough times of year of COVID-19 pandemics, and of course, we are still in it, but we started to get familiar and learn to improve the way to live with and survive better in our life, which will lead us to the betterment of the future. Many things has been changed, including our lifestyle, industry business models, and the fast-forward developments of the IT and technologies, such as the metaverse, the change of the world's economic patterns, etc. That will actually bring us all for the innovations for the new normal. So let me share some. Yes, thank you for the screen sharing. All right, the pandemic has caused unprecedented reckonings with the digital cultural COVID-19 has brought about shift not only in terms of business operation, but also in design and architecture. The architecture practice will never be the same again. And I think that will be perfectly fine because the next new normal, also the recovery will be digital. Many organizations were already in throes of digital transformation pre-pandemic before the COVID-19 accelerated the pace of the business across the globe. Some sped up the efforts already under the way. Others implemented digital capabilities for the first time as a matter of survival. As the culture of life of architecture shift online, the predictable has mixed with the surprising. So take examples of those teleconference gig. They appeared at first to be straightforward products of circumstances, distributed meeting facilitated by the internet connections, webcam screens, but who would have imagined all of their implications? So when posts of the media, such great of equal size pictures appear, offer an appealing image of democratic social belonging. So technology's adoption during pandemics, such as Zoom meetings and virtual visit has been a normal during the pandemic. And these are likely to become a standard in construction practices moving forward. Many have now started using commercial site monitoring systems to keep their projects in check. With 24/7 security and surveillance cameras, project leaders see how progress is coming along, answer the key questions and fix issues in real time remotely. The bottom line is technology adoption has gone beyond virtual meeting. It has facilitated project coordination and monitoring and helped minimize the risk of infection. Many have even invested in cloud computing and servers before the pandemic, which have proven beneficial when the work from home scheme was introduced much earlier during the pandemic times in 2020 and 2021. For better or worse, new social protocol forms are being invented. We are witnessing in real time how old conventionals are transformed. when they translated into a new medium. And many of those most exciting developments are not about architecture per se, but it's about the cultural life of architects. So as a leader leading the built industry, we need to accelerate our journey in order to digitalize quickly, effectively in the wake of the COVID-19. A high-level roadmap of digital transformation based on the business architecture concept consists of 4 phases. Number 1, assess external and internal situation. Number 2, develop strategy, assess business impact. And number 3, the architect business solutions. And last but not least, number 4, establish initiative and deploy the solution. Digital transformation architecture is a strategy to improve the documentations and communication throughout the digital transformation process. It links together all new technology and processes for one cohesive business and the IT landscape. The architecture addresses key concerns for the company, like data reputations, recovery, security, so that you can make sure the customers or the client's information is safe. It accounts for nuisance like moving from monolithic on-premises system to cloud system with microservices, because changing out the business platform entirely require a different project plan that say moving from one on-prem systems to another. At the same time, it outlines a pathway for a scalable growth. This is good because the World Economic Forums believe that for full-scale digitalization to help the industry escape its long overdue productivity process, and of course saving the cost such as approximately $1 trillion to $1.7 trillion annually. So the economies of scales and effectively orders a fast track to transform project delivery, make processes faster and cheaper. For example, using the 3D printing and construction model can make the job easier and quicker and can help to minimize error by pinpointing problems prior to the actual construction. So we can see that digital technologies connect all stakeholders of the project in real time, allowing them to see the process at every stage. When collaboration is strong, team members can prioritize on the meeting shared goals. The cloud servers, for example, connect architects with the management, the clients, and the subcontractors regardless of their geographical locations. The COVID-19 crisis also has taught the business how to sustain revenue generating activities to deliver the project effectively and efficiently in order to survive. A laser focus on the productivities and outcomes should indeed be carried forward to the new normal, especially when a company decides to transform the digital infrastructure. A clear understanding and of capabilities, culture, leaders, and organization design its necessity in formal digital plans and investment. There's no run away from the unnecessary uncertainties of the COVID-19. Has had financial sector. According to the HO 2020, most major stock markets like the S&P 500 Straits Times Index, in short form we call it STI, have seen major declines in prices but have seen a rise in volatilities. Naturally, investing in the pandemic is very challenging. As an investor sitting on a lot of dry powder, you're probably wondering if you should use those funds to seek out the new opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, these periods we are in the new normal, as we know, but it's still very, very uncertain. In light of this, investors like ourselves or yourself need to adapt and continue making moves. So what are the investors looking for the coming or upcoming post-COVID-19 era? Because we are still in a pandemic, so I'm talking about upcoming or for the post-COVID. I believe investors will now spend more time on due diligence before committing to an investment deal. They will scrutinize the theme, market potential even more closely than they may have before. In short, they want to be sure your startup truly understands the target clients, customer, and what the market needs right now, given the current climate. Opportunities are still everywhere, although maybe not as apparent as they used to be. Risk appendix vary, but no matter in case you're going to fire your bullet, you need to have clear target in front of you. The key is to know which opportunity to capitalize on. Now is the best time to focus on resilience when doing the due diligence. A business with a strong cash flow or a capable management team that know how to pivot with the challenges that is uncertain periods bring is invaluable. After all, these are business and have survived to thrive despite on harsh conditions of the pandemic. Diversifying your investment portfolio is very, very important. So like the old state time or in the age-old teaching said, don't put all your eggs in one bucket. So while it seems bleak at the end of the pandemic isn't complete at this time, but this doesn't mean the world has to stop. So as an investor, we need to actually roll with punches. If you know, you move likely to emerge from the pandemic stronger as compared as the investor who doesn't take action during this new normal. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure today's speakers will be able to enlighten you further in details of what has been mentioned and highlighted by me just a moment ago. So without further ado, I'll hand over my platform to the MC, and thank you. Enjoy the webinar of Equinox 2022 brought by the BCI Central Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, AR Alice, for the inspiring speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next session, we would like to invite all design professionals to join BCI Equinox 2022, which will be held in Intercontinental Hotel tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. If you have not registered yet, please register now via the link provided. We have MIID VP Idea Nur Shafina and AR Ng Yek Sing from Veritas Design Group, giving their presentation plus amazing exhibitors lined up for you tomorrow. Seats are still available, but limited. Register now by scanning the QR code here to secure your seats. If you have issues to scan the QR code, we have put up the link on the chat box. You may click into the link and register yourself, and we would like to see you tomorrow. Our first webinar speaker for today, renowned strategist consultant, Mr. Girish M. Ramachandran of 27 Advisory, will talk on investable master planning. This group requires strategic thinking with robust analysis, blending socio-economic outcomes with component design for smart and sustainable cities. If you have any questions, feel free to type them into the Q&A chat box, and we will address them at the end of this section. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Girish.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for BCI and inviting me to speak at Equinox KL 2020. My presentation today is going to be focused around master planning. I'm not an architect. I'm an accountant, but we do a lot of work in the space of the built environment in 27 advisory and 27 projects. And the focus today would be around what investors want to see in a master plan. And I'll walk you through the dimensions of a master plan and what are those examples of some of those larger regional plans and how we approach them, as well as giving you a dimension for those architects and planners out there, what needs to happen from an economic and a business case presentation. Let me just share my screen. Let me know if you can't see what's on the screen. Okay, so let's start. A bit of background. We run several things in 27 Group, but we focus around rebuilding humanity. And in the word of rebuilding, we are looking at essentially strategy, funding, and projects and project management. So today I'm going to focus on the master plan development, which we do under 27 projects. And essentially, we're trying to look at how we can rebuild the built environment. And this is particularly applicable in Malaysia right now, because we're coming out of COVID and there's a lot of infrastructure spend that needs to happen. Where do we put our money? Which type of projects, and how do we create the maximum outcomes from these projects? So what is a master plan? A master plan essentially has three components: social setting, the surrounding environment, and buildings. And the idea is for it to connect all of this together. So the World Bank talks about the connection between these dimensions of social environment and the buildings. And a lot of developers and developments, we can see the ones that have not done so well, do not have this connection. And it's very evident that we can see that in layouts and future growth development plans as well. So typically, a master plan has several inputs that come in from the physical, the public survey, the economic side, existing developments, social conditions, and it goes through a process or what we call a hypothesis generation to determine the components. And the components eventually come out with what's happening on the population, transport, community, housing, economy, and land use. Typically, what would happen in a development of a master plan is you have what we call a feasibility study, which is the visioning and what type of components are coming into the input. And then there's a strategic framework that is around what we spoke about, physical, social, and economic context, deep diving into transport, costing, industry analysis, and then going into the physical and spatial planning of what we want to actually put into our overall master plan. And of course, these include things like biodiversity, utilities, and so on. Now, the challenges in typical master plans is there's always been a lack of what we call socio-economic aspects. And this is crucial because you need to plan for the future. You're not planning for construction of 3 to 5 years because your product needs to work in its entirety. And this is something that I will also introduce later on how we calculate all of that. The second is the risk. The risk is typically high because of cost escalations. We have seen prices go up and down. We have seen labor requirements, shortages right now. And the risks are generally higher to project owners. And the third aspect is essentially what I would call flexibility. The flexibility to weigh between spending more upfront so that you save more in the long run. And we find these three aspects are essentially what developers and architects like yourselves would always be having concerns on. So when we looked at the whole concept of master plans about more than 12, 15 years ago, we worked very closely with architects, town planners, engineers, and essentially we came up with something called an investable master plan. And this essentially puts together all those risk components into a social, physical, and economic aspect to make sure these plans are sustainable. And this has a complete angle around business ecosystems, the total cost of ownership, and more importantly, how does the project add value to the country and the state, the districts, and the community around there. And typically in an investable master plan, you have an architect, town planner, traffic planner, environment consultant, engineer, a QS, and a business consultant. So we play that role of the business consultant, which is very important to look at the business and the financial aspects. Now, in this business consultant role, there are two things that I will talk more today about, which a few of you may not have heard about. One is life cycle costing and the importance of life cycle costing. Second is what we call socioeconomic modeling, SEM. And this shows the benefits of your entire project or your development or your wider scale regional plan. And it's usually architects who sort of contact us to work on these, but sometimes it's also the other way around. We are approached by the client as the business consultant, and then we start to identify architects. So there's a lot of collaboration here that I feel between the business consultants out there and the architects, and there's not enough understanding between the two of how and what each other does. So let me start with life cycle costing. So typically, if you look at the chart on the screen, you can see your projects have a very high cost at the beginning for construction. And then you've got a fairly lower life cycle cost to do your refurbishments or your replacements and so on. But after a while, you tend to see the replacements and the refurbishments coming in later. So the impact of what you're designing at the beginning is going to have an impact on the overall development. And all of these costs can actually be discounted to present value to give you an idea of what that total cost is going to be. Now, in places like Singapore, any project above a certain value must go through an LCC study, yeah, so that they are looking at cost overall over the next 30, 50 years. And the interesting thing is you can change your entire design and cost in the first phase of planning. But the moment you start going into design, it is extremely difficult to reverse any design aspects. So we always feel it's important to look at the business, the cost at the beginning, at the planning. So we have a feel of how the whole development will work. Because by the time you go into procurement, and of course, during construction, if you're going to try and change some of the cost elements, it's almost impossible to get those savings because you're far too late in the game. And essentially, this is another way of approaching it. So pre-design is usually where we come in and we work on the overall project. But the moment you start going into construction documentation, it is impossible to change. You can change, but the cost of change escalates. And this is where it all goes wrong. So the other aspect of LCC is on building your cost model, which are the OPEX. We always tend to forget about the OPEX. Simple things like insurance, simple things like components for maintenance of equipment, the utility cost, the manpower requirement for township management, for simple things like facade cleaning and so on. The second is the replacement cost, and at when do we replace? And replacement expenditure really depends back on when you're going to do it, but more importantly is what did you buy in the first place on your capex, yeah? And finally is the cost of disposal in case you want to refurbish and rebuild. Now, in a life cycle model, we usually start off with a lot of stakeholder engagements. We look at project plans. We then go into looking at developing the model and having all the different components from a financial and accounting point. We have huge amount of data collection that is necessary and an audit trail to make sure that we're able to get the right base results. Then we do what we call a sensitivity check to check against peers and other projects and populate it and present and come up with a project definition and activation. Now, here are some samples of some of the tools that we use to determine what are the capex and over an operational period to replace. And we go very detailed into cash flow analysis, financial analysis, to have a very strong feel of the numbers so things don't go off tangent. And then we put all of this into our overall financial model that generates a lot of charts that you can see as you're changing your design, as you are altering your BQs, what happens to the overall numbers. And this is something that we can do very quickly as we go along. And usually what we like to do is NPVs. We bring all the cost models back to NPVs, calculating even what different scenarios. If I go with plan A or plan B or plan C, how does it affect my overall numbers in terms of sensitivities? And a life cycle costing, very important. It provides you with certainty on your asset performance. Now, what does asset performance means? It means if you are building a building, or if you're putting up a water treatment plant, or you're putting up a highway, is your asset going to sweat for you? Or is it going to drain more OPEX over time? Number two is efficient use of your time, which is very important for planning and procurement. Generally, we do see cost savings when we use our approach on investable master plans. And of course, you have certainty of cost, which is important, right? You don't want any cost overruns during the project, and this becomes a headache for everyone. And finally, stakeholder confidence and consistency in the approach, which is very important. How did we arrive at making a decision? I think that's usually what clients want to know. So that's a bit about life cycle costing. What I'll go through now is what we call socioeconomic modeling. And socioeconomic modeling, we've been doing it for more than about 12, 15 years, focusing on Malaysia. We've also done several projects outside in Vietnam and Singapore and Indonesia and so on. But generally, the type of work for socioeconomic modeling are the larger projects. Yeah. So if we're putting up a highway, or putting up a new township, or if we are building a new city or an airport or a port, what's the impact of it? And this is generally very important for those of you who want to apply for infrastructure grants from the federal government, or you want to showcase your benefit of your project for a wider set of audience, yeah, communities, federal, state, district, as well as investors, especially when people are starting to look at ESG and green investing. They need to see the wider impact on the social part of ESG. So we calculate various benefits from investments, the GDP contribution, GNI, tax revenues that are going to federal and state, and more importantly is employment level. How much employment does your project actually create? And how does it have an impact on the people within that community? So our approach is two-pronged. We go from a top down, we look at benchmarking of similar developments in the region as well as globally. And we also look at all the bottom-up approach, from building the whole cost model to putting in all the different aspects of the components. Now, typically for physical development, our SEMs would look at scenario planning based on the designs options that are coming out, which architects would prepare working with the town planners. And we would run the numbers to look at all the impact based on the various designs on the scenarios. And this gives a good idea for you to have a sort of a second basis to propose things to your own clients, and that allows them to make a decision with more data and more information. So typically we can see some of the sort of the scenario plannings where your project would probably have more impact to local benefits opposed to only developers' profits. And this is important, especially when we're trying to rebuild in Malaysia and create more income and jobs because of the economic pressure. We have inflationary pressure now as well. And generally what we do with SEM is we try and go one level deeper to build the impact onto communities. We even go into sectors. And we have an idea of how we have a stopgap measure where you have a vision-led SEE. I need to achieve X numbers. How do I achieve it with the development? And some of the impacts I can sort of show on local benefits. You're probably wondering what is local benefits. So during a large project, there are a lot of economic multipliers that happen, which people don't record. You know, for example, retail opportunities during construction. You have construction contracts that actually can be broken up into smaller packages, having a wider impact on the wider economy. And all of this needs to be looked at, because if you're working on a large, MRT3, for example, it's a large project and it has a big impact on the economy. So it's important for us to capture some of these. It may be smaller things, but it has a massive impact on the wider economy. So generally, investable master plans are very important because if you are looking at the wider aspects of economic growth, if you want to enhance financial feasibility, if you want to look at different sort of property development opportunities, what else can I do within my development that is a bit different? And more importantly is aligning the social agenda. We saw the definition of a master plan. The social agenda needs to align with the physical and the economic. So let me give you, I've got 3 case studies here, and I'll share with you some of these things. The first one was actually the KL Singapore high-speed rail, which has been put on hold. And this was something we worked on many, many years ago, essentially looking at the 350-kilometer line. And we came up with what we call the socioeconomic development plan to capture all these benefits into the plan, because it's a very large project. It goes into 6-7 different TODs, and it crosses 3-4 states. And the impact of just the project alone was looked at. So what we did was we looked at the setting the vision, development opportunities within each of the nodes. We identified the clusters that could happen within them. We then went into a TAD, TOD, the hub and the regional zones to determine what could happen and how do we actually plan these TODs rather than just having a station where people get on and get off. And that required a significant amount of research to look at, the various aspects on alignment, land use, what do we put on the components, and we came up with a wider socioeconomic benefits for each of the TODs as well as the entire line. And all of this was computed into projects and programs and put into action plans. And eventually what we had was a very strong piece of a document that actually allowed the decision makers to see whether they could proceed. Now, one of the things in that aspect was, of course, land value capture. And in land value capture, there's quite a bit of aspects around what we can do with TODs, what we can do with having a very clear aspects to fund or co-fund some of these TODs. Because we all know that building a rail line like this is never going to be profitable for anyone. And it's important to look at the life cycle costing as well. So the second case study here is around the Hong Kong MTR, and we all know the Hong Kong MTR, one of the most busiest MTRs out there, and carrying huge amount of 6 million passengers on each weekday. And essentially, if you look at the Hong Kong MTR, there are aspects around land value capture. Now, this is an interesting slide where you can see that the amount of operating profits that comes out of the MTR based on just the rail components are less than 50%, yeah, which means the non-fare based profits are higher than the actual ticket price. So these are components around essentially property business, the commercial businesses around that. And they've got a very strong model. They've got an operating model that looks at how each of the different components can be commercialized on its own. And essentially, the government owns these components to sort of build back onto their own revenue base so that they can almost fund the entire line with having some of these revenues that come in. And when we look at Hong Kong, they've also used the same model across the entire lines on the various TODs that they have. And you've got specific projects that are happening around Hong Kong that actually capture a lot of these land values using the TODs. And I think in Malaysia, we don't do enough of this. Yeah, we have a fairly large rail network, in KL at least, and we hope to have more around, Penang and Johor and other places. But we're not using these TODs to the benefit of a wider economic planning. And this is something that we should be doing more of. And essentially, when we look at the Hong Kong rail plus property model, very similar to what I was talking about, the people-oriented, modern and efficient city living, safe and healthy community, yeah, segregation of vehicles and passengers, and of course, low public spending. The ability for them to be able to have this model that allows them to reduce overall costs. And how do they do this? This is interesting because we have to be able to work in what I call public-private partnership models. Yeah, the government, the society and economy, then you have the developers, and you have those parts. And it all comes back to policy. It comes back to having very clear project definitions and organizations that can deliver the outcomes for the whole project. So something a little bit more sort of closer. This is one of the regional aspects, state government planning, where we did the same thing. We looked at what type of sectors there are, things like aerospace. Could aerospace be done? Could we do automotive? What are the industrial parks out there? What's upcoming? And how do we rank these components so that we're able to get the best benefit? And we do quite a bit of market analysis as well in terms of understanding the market, where it is, how mature it is, where could it move? Because those are going to be your potential tenants, or the people who are going to buy these parcels of land or occupy the buildings. And we must understand this, because if we don't know what's going to happen, how do we plan for our development? And then we end up with, office gluts or residential gluts, because we're not matching demand with supply. And that's extremely important, especially now for developers and architects to think about. And the other aspects, of course, the cost benefit, the master plannings, funding, project returns, and the outcomes. And looking at governance as well, we do feel the larger projects, the governance is very important. And of course, your marketing strategy has to be robust to meet that audience. So the third case study I'll look at is ECER. I think you're quite familiar with ECER. We were fortunate to be involved in this in 2007 when we were appointed to work on the economic portion of it. And essentially it covers 4 states in Malaysia, and they had what they call 7 key development areas. It's 51% of Peninsular Malaysia. And we worked on nodes. So nodes are very good because we're able to look at the conurbations and see how they interact with each other. Nodes are also good because we are able to sort of specialize rather than competing across all the different nodes. And a lot of focus around, agribusiness, tourism, manufacturing, of course, the petrochemical, oil and gas aspects. And in that plan, we had a projection, which was in 2008, to a 12-year projection of 110 billion private investments, 200,000 jobs, and more. Now, when I go back in time and look at this project, we beat the investment numbers. We beat the investment numbers ahead of time based on the implementation of ECRDC. But job opportunities were not captured properly. We had a much higher target on job opportunities, but the actual amount of jobs that were created were less because they were higher skilled jobs rather than the lower skilled jobs. But the other component that we 15 years ago that we didn't have enough emphasis on, but the last 5 years ECRDC did a lot of, was entrepreneurs, creating those entrepreneurs within it. So one of the things we also did was we created what we called an SEZ, a special economic zone, which is about 140 kilometers, which is the red area here, focusing a lot on economic activity in an actual development plan and putting in proper infrastructure within that. And this worked closely with the other components around, and there were several industrial parks, logistics, the tourism, and the agribusiness. And in the last few years, the port development with all that aspects, we actually had some interesting projects that have been rolled out, and we could have seen it right from the beginning to the end, and what are those taking place. There were 3 core infrastructure that was put in: the port expansion, the Kuantan port expansion, the LPT 3 and 4, the central spine, and of course the ECRL, which was planned 15 years ago and is being implemented now. When we look back, this was essentially the numbers that have been derived from official data. So they beat that original investment of about 110 billion. And generally the private to public ratio was about 1 to 14. Yeah, so which means if government puts in 100 million, we get 1.4 billion worth of private investments to drive jobs and GDP. And looking back in time, with hindsight, we can see that with a plan like this, a wider investable master plan, we're able to have more impact than without a plan. And that is crucial because we feel we have a lot of pockets in Malaysia right now where we need to have wider plans. And these are in different states as well, especially in East Malaysia and south of KL. We have a lot of developments that need to be put into master plans. So let me just do a bit of recap here. So an investable master plan, essentially, building, environment, social setting, very important for it to converge together. And you got to have investable components, businesses that create jobs, that occupy buildings. There is nothing wrong with having huge number of buildings. The key is each of those buildings is going to create jobs. Now, what type of jobs? Who's going to occupy them? Who's going to be the tenants of your industrial park? Who's going to buy? This is the part that is crucial. Number two is the real estate economics. We got to be realistic. We got to be innovative. We heard about the previous speaker talking about digitalization. Yeah, and this is very important because people are moving very fast into digital platforms and apps to be able to communicate, and those who are moving ahead are able to do this much better, faster, cheaper, and they make more money out of it. The third component is the socioeconomics. Very, very important. Yeah. And like I mentioned, with ESG investing, green buildings, green source of energy, all of this is going to have a massive impact on what you're going to do, what you're going to do for your clients. And if you don't start thinking about especially the E and the S in your projects, you will be left behind because other developments are going to have the E and the S, and then we lose out. And when we put all of this together, we have something in the center that is sustainable. It's equitable, it's viable, and it has that total impact overall on GDP and GNI. So the other components on master plans, like I mentioned, stakeholder confidence. When you're building a very large project, you must be able to have stakeholder confidence. And how we do that is we do it with strong data, strong analysis. We do a lot of focus groups. We do a lot of surveys to go down to the ground, to get information which we are uncertain about, and reduce and remove that uncertainty in the project. And overall, this assists us to have a better procurement strategy. It assists us to have better revenue opportunities. Maybe you are able to have more value from the sales price that you're targeting because of the way you have planned your projects. Yeah. So think about those projects that are doing very well. What's the difference here? If you look at it, it comes back to doing the entire project properly. Yeah. We love to go in an environment which is clean, healthy, it talks to us, it's green. And those projects that do not have these elements, which cost more money, but spending more money initially and having a lower cost overall makes the numbers work better. So the outcomes, very simple. There are three outcomes for investable master plans, especially for developers. Number one, you have higher level confidence for your investors. Yeah, your cost efficiencies and reasonable economic benefits with the life cycle costing assists you to be able to present and make sure your project works. Number two is sales. There is an impact with better sales if your projects are better planned. And this comes back also to the socioeconomic aspects, because what you're doing is you're working within communities. And don't forget, a whole master plan or a development is about people. Yeah, it's all about people. It's about people moving in and out. They're working, they're living, they're playing, they're learning. And this is the part where you see various developments that are doing very well. Why are they working? Because people are moving around. And when people are moving around, and they're the ones that essentially create the entire economy behind your development. And finally, when we approach LCC, it definitely gives you a higher return on investment overall. When you look at a 20-year plan or a 30-year plan, especially when you have those very high capex intensive developments, it can be very, very tricky to explain why you need to add an additional piece of design spec that's going to cost a few $100 million extra, and what's the impact of that. So with that, I'll probably end a bit earlier and maybe take some questions if there are any questions. Yeah, thank you very much to the organizers for allowing me to present this. And let me just stop sharing here. And
Thank you so much, Mr. Girich. Yep. So I believe everyone has learned a good insight from Mr. Girish today. We will now open for Q&A. If you have more questions for Mr. Girish, please feel free to type them into the Q&A chat box. And we have the first question here from Mr. Kim Meng Moon. All right. So he's asking, the economic just opening now, in which sector investors need to put their money in? So Mr. Girish, it hand over to you for answering this question. Mr. Girish, you are muted.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Kin, is it? Yeah, so I think if we're looking at Malaysia, we probably need to focus back onto infrastructure. I do think a lot of our basic infrastructure is not there. There are simple pockets of areas where we don't have water that is essentially on time, which is for industry. We also are putting in quite a bit of the digital infrastructure. You know, we see the data centers. There's a lot of activity on data centers that are taking place now in Malaysia. And because of the bandwidth, yeah, why are the data centers picking up? It's because of the surge in data usage. You know, before COVID and during COVID, the data usage went up 4 times in Malaysia. And even after where we are right now, data is still 2.5 times higher than pre-COVID level. And it means that people are communicating more online, just like what we're doing now. The amount of data we're consuming right now to run virtual platforms with video feed is essentially going to be very, very important for where we're moving forward. On digital infra, we have the 5G networks. I would start looking at what we can do with 5Gs in cities and start investing in those platform infrastructure that fits on top of 5G. We have seen the rollout of 5G on few cities already. It has huge potential for us to leapfrog. But going back to sectors, I think we have a very strong E&E sector, semiconductor sector. There's a lot of activity in Penang that you have seen over the last 2-3 years for existing people expanding, large investments coming in. We have also seen a surge in, of course, the palm oil market because of the prices. There's a lot of opportunities for midstream and downstream palm oil, oleochemicals, which we're already doing. We also see tourism probably coming back in a very strong area in a way. And domestic tourism has just flourished. We see a lot of domestic tourism products in the last 2 years that have come up. A lot of people are actually setting up boutique hotels in sort of rural areas in Malaysia, which is wonderful. We always tend to go to places like Bali or Phuket or Tokyo or wherever, but I think those rural smaller boutique hotels are much more personable. The other sector is, of course, oil and gas. With the prices going up, there's going to be a huge amount of reinvestment that I foresee, and places like Pengerang, Kuantan, all these places are going to see a huge number of activities taking place. But unfortunately, the ones that are not going to do so well are probably the overall real estate. If you're doing traditional residentials, office buildings, we've seen that work from home impacting office buildings. We see a lot of new type of products which are combining working and staying in one component. And this is going to be tricky because we do have overhang in certain areas, but we need to rebuild. We need to rethink our products. And we cannot be doing the same thing we've been doing for the last 20 years. I think that's where we are in Malaysia.
All right, thank you, Mr. Girish. We have another questions coming from Alicia Tan. So Alicia Tan is asking, what is the mindset needed by investors in this endemic stage?
So can I just ask that? What is the mindset needed by investors in the endemic stage? Is it what the investors are thinking? Or...
I think that's what Alicia is asking. Yeah.
Okay.
So probably Mr. Girish can give a little bit of the insight.
So investors are not very I know this is being recorded, but investors are not very bullish on Malaysia right now. Yeah, because of there's a lot of uncertainty on policies. Yeah, especially policies relating to land, labor. We have seen the shortage of workers. Yeah, you put out an advert for IT developers today. It is impossible to get an IT developer, and these are the skill sets that larger investors want if they want to move their bases. So we need to work very, very hard to get labor policies. We need to work very hard to deal with all those land policies, which are essentially state related. I'm sure as architects, you guys probably know this better, but it doesn't help when government changes 3-4 times in the last few years. It doesn't help when we've got a branding issue out there with the perception of Malaysia as a whole. But the good thing is they are looking at Malaysia. We need to get them to reinvest. We need to make sure that they are comfortable with a longer term policy. And whichever way you go, you can't beat the footprint of Malaysia. Yeah, because we are in between China, India, and Indonesia, which is the largest economies in the world, large number of population in ASEAN, and we have all the infrastructure we need. We have, the most well-connected airlines are going in and out of Malaysia. If not, they're going in and out of Changi. We have the ports. We have our infrastructure from a resource base. We have a fairly large working population, but we need to deal with these small things that have been left out over the last few years. And that's going to be the true test. And the other thing which is interesting is a lot of people come to Malaysia, not for Malaysia. They actually come and base in Malaysia, but they're actually doing global business. So we need to have a different mindset, try and look at Malaysia as a place where you are staying, you're working, but you can travel you do trade between India and China, or you can, import and export. And essentially the trading component is very large. And we're very central, and we have great climate. We have the best food in the world. So yeah, I'm bullish, but we have a lot of work to do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Girish. If you have more questions for Mr. Girish, please feel free to type them into the Q&A chat box, and we will address them later if there's coming in, or else Mr. Girish will be able to reply you via email communication. Thank you, Mr. Girish, for your presentations and the insightful answers for our audience.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you for BCI, and wish you all the best on your Equinox KL program today and tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all design professionals to join BCI Equinox 2022, which will be held in Intercontinental Hotel tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. If you have not registered yet, please register now via the link provided. We have MIID VP IDR Noor Shafina and AR Ng Yek Sing from Veritas Design Group giving their presentation, plus amazing exhibitors lined up for you tomorrow. Seats are still available but limited. Register now by scanning the QR code here to secure your seats. We will also have the amazing lucky draws to be given away today. To qualify for the lucky draw from BCI Central, please scan this QR code and fill in your details to stand a chance to win. Stay tuned and we will announce the lucky draw timing after the next speaker. Our next speaker will be coming up at 11 a.m. later. You may stay online and take a few minutes break before the session starts. We see you again at 11. Welcome back, everyone. BSA Central is excited to introduce the new Construction Plus app to all of you. Please have a look for the short video. We have been working hard to bring new reading experiences and stay connected to Asia's building industry via the Construction Plus app. We would like to invite all BSA Equinox attendees to register your attendance by following the simple steps shown. Download the Construction Plus app, and after you have downloaded it, select Malaysia, click on BSA Equinox banner under News and Events, then click on Record your attendance here, fill in your business card information, and submit. Register now and stand a chance to win at the extra round of the lucky draw. We are happy to inform that all of you will be given a complimentary 1-month membership to access the digital magazines of Construction Plus, which you can read on the upgraded apps. You will receive an email with your login information and details on how to access the apps on your mobile devices by next week. We are now facing the endemic stage in our country. Businesses are all opened, malls, construction sector are all open now. However, the pandemic has left a trail of online awareness in business sector. Moving forward, let's see how digital transformation is taking shape in the world of architecture. We are honored to have Aya Alif Iskandar, Group Principal and Director Veritas Design Group, with his topic, Post-Pandemic Digital Transformation in Architectural Practice. If you have any questions, feel free to type them into the chat box. And please don't forget to mention your company name. We will select some questions for Aya Alif at the end of this section. Let us all welcome Aya Alif on the screen now.
Thank you, Stephanie. First of all, I'm deeply honored to be invited to talk about this topic. This has been, I think it's a journey to all of us, especially in the architecture field. So I'll share on my screen first. Okay, so the topic I'll be talking about today is digital transformation, more specifically on post-pandemic digital transformation in architectural practices. However, digital transformation is not new. It's not just specifically after the pandemic. Okay. So, but crisis actually usually accelerates certain functions and certain needs of everyone in the industry. So before I begin, I think what we all need to know is what is actually digital transformation? What do you mean by digital transformation? One of the definition of digital transformation is an application of digital capabilities to processes, products, and assets. So these are the three important aspects of the digital capabilities. And why? So all these digital capabilities are needed to enhance the efficiency, increase customer value, manage risk, and navigate through new revenue generation opportunities. So going back to architecture practices, what are the processes involved in architecture practices? These are actually the basics of architecture practices. Normally, we have all these stages. We have the pre-design feasibility stage that our previous speaker was talking about, Mr. Girish. And then we have the schematic design. Once we understand what is the pre-design, what is the feasibility, whether it can work or not, then we work on the sketches and concept. And then moving on, we have design development to develop the design further. And once everything is in order, the costs are in place, budget are there, then we go towards contract documentation to detail out and also to fine-tune all the budgets and all the architectural and construction needs. And after that, we proceed to the construction implementation, which is actually physically constructing the buildings itself. And lastly is the final completion phase, where we're going through the defects, as well as the final accounts and CCC and other critical items needed to close the building, including handing over to the end users. Okay. So when we talk about the digital transformation, so we need to know what's the digital application involved in the processes. So for pre-design feasibility, normally we have the typical apps, which is what we normally use as SketchUp, very quick sketches, CAD also just to get the boundaries, the areas correct, and also drone to take up pictures of the site nowadays. And I think most importantly also is Excel, where we tabulate the feasibility itself, whether what's the gross area, what's the net area, what's the back of house issues, areas, and the costing involved, all the high level costing are involved. So the next stage is also similar. It's just refinement of all the materials and processes that we have done before. And moving on to the next, we also have design development. Okay, so design development other than the previous apps, then we implement the BIM as well, the building information modeling, as part of the next step to go through and coordinate with all the other consultants and stakeholders. And moving towards the contract documentation, we don't really have to use SketchUp anymore, but we're going to into more detail. So CAD, BIM, Word is more the contract documentation, the tender documents, specifications are all included in the contract documentation stage. And then the construction implementation, other than the previous apps, we also have a new one, which is the project information management system, such as Equinox, Team Binder, and such, that are used more commonly nowadays to actually manage and coordinate and implement the construction itself. And lastly, on the final completion stage, we have all the documents are in place, such as the email and also all the information stored in the project information management system. Okay, so we're clear about the digital application needed for process in architecture practices. So other than that's the process. So part of the digital transformation also requires products. And what are the products in architecture practices? So these are some of the products that we use normally. We always have the presentation materials, the 3D models, rendering, the actual physical models, permit drawings where we submit to authority, and also BOMBA and all the other relevant authorities in Malaysia or even in general. And we also have construction drawings, the actual physical construction drawings, and all the other related documents. It's either what we had discussed before, the previous, which is the specifications, the additional documents, the warranties, and some contracts documents are all included in these products. So again, what are the digital application? And going back, we also always use SketchUp, Excel, PowerPoint, PDF, and also InDesign, Adobe Suites material. So all this is part of the digital application. 3D model, we use 3ds Max, Rhino, V-Ray, Lumion, Revit as well, and all Photoshops. Physical model, we have 3D printers. In terms of the digital application itself, of course, we have the non-digital application, which is the physical models. and the manual model making. For permit drawings, we have the CAD, BIM, and PDF, and similarly for construction drawings and documentation as well. So these are what we normally have for products. So in architectural practices. So going back before the pandemic in 2018, RIBA, the Royal Institute of British Architects, did a survey on UK practices. So they asked the question is, if digital transformation was a journey, where is your practice on that journey? So there are various answers, but most of it will be 10% we've not started yet. And the majority, 39%, we've started, but we're at the beginning or at the early stages. And then 37% we are on the journey, but it's not yet complete. We've started to do some of it. Only 5% says that we are all well on the way completing the digital transformation journey. 10% still not sure. You know, they're not there. Either they're actually going for digital transformation or not, or some of them don't even understand what's, you know, what we mean by digital transformation. And none responded that they've reached the destination, because I think 2018 is still in, there's a lot of development of software around, you know, Revit just going full blown ahead, but there's still a lot of software that has not yet reached their potential. And also in terms of, they already did a S-curve, so the adoption of digital transformation. So there's the difference is always for growth necessitates you know, time. So goes whether you start up, you know, and then the scale, and then the transition to actually highly performing on all these digital applications. So it takes time, as always. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there's always sometimes crisis that changes perception. And we all know this date will all forever be burned in our memory. 18 March 2020 happened. And in more relation to Malaysia itself is that we have this lockdown. So we're all familiar with all this picture, the city of Kuala Lumpur and all the other states in Malaysia. Under the pandemic, we're all locked down, we can't go anywhere. All the streets are empty, you know, the front, we've got our emergency healthcare are all in lockdown and working very hard. You know, our frontliners are working very hard to ensure that the pandemic doesn't go out of place and to reduce and to flatten the curve. And we've all been here, the roadblocks, even going outside districts, so not just states, but also districts going out, you know, need letters to travel. So everything is in lockdown and it's very hard to move. Everyone panic, you know, especially the gardenia, you know, people have stopped buying gardenia, bread, you know, toilet papers are all over. So over time, we've managed to control the spread, okay? And these are pictures of, you know, these are rare, you know, I don't think you'll ever see this, I don't think you can ever take this picture again, you know. Dataran Merdeka all empty, you know, Tiling Street, brick fields, you know, Chowkit, all locked down and empty, Jalan Turazak as well at night, even KLCC, you know, you don't have many people, you can't go out. Okay. So going through that, how does this pandemic change the work process in architecture from during lockdown? I'm talking about lockdown first, and then we go towards the post-pandemic or endemic stages. So what happened during some firms actually did not even operate. They just say, okay, well, we give you 2 weeks leave, you know, but it's not 2 weeks, so it's more than that. So a lot of firms, so how do we manage? You know, you've got construction, you've got still permit to submit, you've got presentation, you've got sales materials, you've got all of that are still in need and requires, so a lot of adjustment. But we can say that this is the app that we've been using, you know, the number one pandemic and even now post-pandemic digital transformation app, Zoom. Before this, we've been using Skype, we've been you know, using WebEx and all that, but WebEx is expensive. Skype as well has this issue on the bandwidth. I think Mr. Girish also highlighted earlier about the bandwidth usage. But Zoom is one of the applications globally that actually radicalizes these teleconferences because of its unique software that uses less bandwidth than normal, like what Skype. So you can do video conferencing like we're doing now without hiccups, very clear resolutions. So we're all struggling. So we have this app, and what was interesting is that we at Veritas at that time we just had a discussion with our partners in the US, in Portland. So we're doing Skype, which is very hard, but all of a sudden, if this is, I think this 20th March, all of a sudden we're using Zoom like natural, like we've been using this app for a long time. And these are our US counterparts in Portland, and we all would memorize this look, this interface, and most importantly, as well as we always have, in the beginning, we didn't buy the pro version yet, so we always have this reminder, 45 minutes remaining time, how many minutes we can talk without everyone logging in back again. And they always remind us, upgrade to pro, pay us. So that's where their money generating is. So upgrade to pro, and we always have this guy who always say, can you hear me? And then people say, oh, you're muted, don't talk. And then you've got one guy that's not actually working, just looking at Instagram, etc. So this, I think it's not just the pandemic stage. Even now, post-pandemic, it will still faces the issue, even sometimes less so, but it's still going on. So that's amazing. From we were struggling to use Skype, we need to use the conference room, WebEx, you need to dial in, and suddenly over a span of just few weeks, we are all a natural in Zoom. We can use our laptop, we can use our phones, we can use our iPads. It's all seamless, and the pictures are clear. So this, I think, is one of the, when we talk about digital transformation, that this teleconferencing app is really, you really can't underestimate the impact that this application has towards all of us throughout the whole world. So Zoom, what is important about Zoom is that it shows us that remote working is possible. Now we've been talking about remote working, but no one actually ever goes through it. So it is possible, it can work, and it's also cost effective. And it shows that remote working saves time because you don't have to travel physically to go to a meeting, etc. So this the impact that we have, and people only realize, and we are prepared eventually with all this other subsequent lockdowns that we had throughout. And we use Zoom, not just the best thing about Zoom for architects especially is that it's not just a medium to talk, to have meeting, but we can also sketch. This is what we did with Sketch. We have the drawing, and then we show what needs to be done, where the draw is supposed to be. We sketch live on the screen, capture it, and discuss with our teammates. And this tool, the one that I've just marked, is very important. You can even pick colors. You can have draw, type it, erase it. So there's so many useful apps that even now, I think when we use, say, Microsoft Teams or whatever, it's very hard to sketch. You can sketch. Even Skype also don't have very limited function of all the sketches. So even until now, Zoom is still the preferred mode of communication or mode or app used for teleconferences. So other than the sketches, comments, we also review construction drawings. We say that, this wall, we have to shift it a bit. It's too thin, it's too thick. We have to shift the riser, make it smaller, etc. So this is what we'll be using live. We've also used timeline, program timeline, say that, we need to shift it, what's the milestones. We even conduct site meetings during the lockdowns using Zoom. And I think even now also we're using, so shows that, that, there's a delay, 100 days delay. So So this is a very important tool that, because of the low bandwidth that it uses, so it can use a lot of participants can join and actually contribute. We also do pre-sessions with students. This is with the one that we did with tailors. So we go through the presentation, so it saves time, so we don't have to travel to the university. We can even have a bit more in-depth discussion, straight away sketch our comments on the screen rather than having to physically, use red pen. That sometimes gives trauma to students. And we've all been that student when one of the visiting crate goes to sketch in our hardly, we've been, not sleeping and have to print and, queuing for printing, etc. Suddenly just been sketched over and even destroyed. So this is one of the applications that we still use. And even at Veritas also, because of the capabilities of Zoom, we even do a company-wide town hall with 200 plus of our staff in one session. And everyone opens a picture. We can even see, where they're living. Some also, bring their kids, their babies and pets also, so you can see all of it. So it's very interesting insight that we are not open to before the pandemic, and all it takes is the pandemic to happen to actually accelerate this growth. And lastly, we also do presentation to clients, especially to clients that especially in the feasibility stages where we're still exploring the discussion. So there's so many applications. So yeah, I think it's apt to say that the digital application during pandemic and even during endemic stages, everything is Zoom. So that's number one applications that we've been used during the pandemic stage. Okay, next, digital transformation is global. Okay, it changes how we communicate and interact. We can't foresee that we are able to do successful online webinar now compared to 2 to 3 years ago. It's always have to be physical, but now we do have the opportunity to do online webinar where we can just come in. We don't have to interact, or we don't have to go to the venue. We reduce our energy consumption. So it changes how we communicate. And what it means also, digital transformative culture means that it enables collaboration and innovation. For example, collaboration between internal teammates, external teammates, but also across the countries. I'm sure how many times we've done Zoom, either professionally through our colleagues outside of Malaysia, presentation or discussions, workshop. We even have one of the contractors giving their subcontractor from the US to explain about their products, which you can't have, which normally you don't have previously. And going back, stepping back a bit, the evolution of technology has always been there. It's from the hunter-gatherer stage to agriculture age, and then we move on to industrial age, and previously information age up to 2020, and I think 2020 and above is the augmented age. So this is also where I've been touching a bit more on the all these augmented reality, virtual reality items. So what is important is each era must run its course before becoming obsolete. So you don't go, you can't go back to industrial age anymore. So there's nothing there for us. And the advancement in technology actually rapidly shortens the lifespan of each era. So you can see that hunter-gatherer will take millions of years, agricultural age took a few thousand years, and then we've got centuries for industrial age, 300 years, information age, then shortened to just decades. And augmented age probably will be just 1 decade, and we don't know what will happen in 10 years' time. So Maurice Conti, Senator Maurice Conti, I think you can listen to his talk, talking about AI. So in this era, your natural human capabilities are going to be augmented by computational systems that help you think, robotic systems that help you make, and digital nervous system that connects you to the world far beyond your natural senses. So this is important in this augmented age. It just goes beyond just whatever you see on the screen. Now we also have digital implants. We've got glasses. We've got smart cars. So cars that talk to each other that you really can't see. Even 5 to 6 years ago, is still not reaching its maturity. But now it's there, and it's the way to go. And you don't look back. For example, like EV, electric vehicle. You don't look back, going back to fossil fuel. And we see now there's a lot of cars prioritizes EV. And going back to digital transformation in architecture. So what exactly do we have in architecture other than the application of processes and products? So what we see is that it can be boiled down into 4 main types, which is computational design, rapid prototyping, robotics in construction, and augmented virtual reality, or even mixed reality. So I'll talk first on the computational design. Architecture itself has witnessed exploratory phases. So we've got in the 80s, we have the first wave of computer-aided design. We've got the first CAD, green screen. So it enabled high level of accuracy. And in 2000, then we move on towards the 3D visualization. We do have it before in the 90s, 3D Max, AutoCAD 3D, but it still does not take up a lot of impact as post 2000, where you have a lot of Grasshopper SketchUp, especially, that opens up the world of 3D visualization to everyone, to students more so. And then third wave, then the 2010, we focus a lot on building information modeling with Revit. So it takes it to another level. And 2020s and beyond, it's not just BIM, but we also have BIM 360 and also an advancement in collaboration technology, which I'll talk about later. So BIM 360 is not just doing drawings, but also includes the whole process of architecture, from drawings, design collaboration, document management, coordination, constructions, quality management. All that is included in one suite of app. Obviously, most of us has not fully utilized the whole app, but it's there. It means that the rate of adoption will take time, and it will probably be a standard, the norm, as what Revit has been doing before for the past 10 years. And this is what we in Veritas are doing at the moment with all our branches and partners throughout the world. We have branches in, I've highlighted earlier, in Portland, US. We're also doing UK, Vietnam, Australia, Tokyo, and India. Also, we've got a few projects there. So we have fine-tuned Zoom or Microsoft Teams. So we talked about Zoom earlier. Microsoft Teams have its advantages in that it also has this chat item, so you can also upload documents in it, so it becomes like a file manager of sorts. There are certain drawbacks and advantages, as all software do. So we're also using Revit. I would say we are working towards 100% everyone using Revit, but there are drawbacks, which I'll explain later. And also we've got BIM 360 with our, especially our external counterparts. And not just the drawings, the hard drawings, we also have the Blue BIM review for PDF markups that it's stored in cloud. And we're also using the project information management system, the Oracle on Equinox, that we use with the contractors and project management, even before it goes to site, so that all the documents are included in cloud. So you don't really have to email and increase your mailbox sizes. So this is one of the standard digital transformation that is taking place. And some of the process that use with US partners, sometimes they give us the sketch first to see what they've discussed with the clients. And then we translate this into BIM to Revit drawings, and then discuss the design aspects, whether it meets these guidelines, whether it's too tight, and then the detail itself. And then we proceed from the Revit drawings, we proceed to render. And from the renderings, then we see that certain things need to be changed, then we go back to plan. So it's all an iterative process that we've been through. But this is actually, it explodes post-pandemic rather than before pandemic. We say, oh, it's very hard to work, how can I comment? How can I discuss? It's very hard to discuss. So we do have this weekly meeting. It's the architecture has always been discussing. We always have to sit in front of each other using pens. So Zoom itself, you need the human connectivity. You need to see the person that you are discussing with in order to actually get more ideas and discuss in more detail. And that's the project in the US. So now I'll be talking slightly about the project that we have been doing, and hopefully everyone knows this project. The Saloma Bridge is designed and executed by us. And this is a bridge that is linking the old Kampung Baru towards KLCC. And this is a project that is very close to our hearts because our office is nearby there. And we also wanted to contribute in terms of how we want to connect this old city towards the new city that is separated by not just the river, but also the highway, the Ackley, and to do something special about it. And this is a project where you use a fully Revit, especially with the intricate and very detailed facade. So one of the concepts, if we use Sirih Junjung. Sirih Junjung is it's a traditional Malay customs to especially for marriage. So it symbolizes unity. So this is part of a main concept for Saloma Bridge. So you can see the shape of the Sirih Junjung actually almost resembles what we have for the bridge. And the location as well is chosen so that you can also see a lot of the KL trademark. And this was the plan before, reconnecting the urban fabric to create a renewed public realm. So you can see the Ackley itself is separating this old city towards the central business district. It's very near, actually. You can actually see physically, but you can't touch it. So this was our rendering, previous rendering, and this is the final construction. So very similar, and we are fortunate that the government also supports this initiative, which actually gives back to the community rather than just building mega developments that does not contribute much to the public area. And it's completed just before the pandemic. So it's fortunate. So if it was under construction during pandemic, probably it would take more time to complete. So it's very fortunate that we completed just before pandemic and people can still use it during that time. So you can see the glass and the metal form. So we've used double curved surface. We apply the rhomboid pattern to the surface. And this and then we go this using Revit to actually identify the optimal panels sizes. So it's not just using SketchUp, just put in all these figures. So each panel are all different. So it's not possible to do it via SketchUp, maybe for concept, but then once you go to construction, you need to be specific. And with all these panel sizes schedule, and so it's not just in one surface, but it's also 3D. It's also curved, but at the same time, also some of it's open up to create this interesting detailed look. You can see. So otherwise, it does not. Otherwise, it just becomes too flat. And also, you need to integrate the lighting aspect. So this is a short video of how the process we do in Revit. So we do the adaptive surface pattern. So this. And then we do one module, okay, and see how we adapt to it. Then extrapolate and include into the actual size. So we're going for, and then we also apply the parametric information, the number of sliders, changing the size and also the location. So then we apply it. And then we did the actual panels into the surface and see which is the optimum angle for the panels as well. So we did all that. So this is technically not possible without Revit. Okay, so then this is the final product. You can see from the inside and what happens when it's lighted up. There's so many. We use. I think they have the National Day, even during the Spider-Man the movie premiere. There's a lot of lighting on display. And what is good is that previously for you to walk from Masjid Jamek, Kampung Baru, even though it's just nearby, it's only 40 minutes walk. But with the bridge, we can shortcut it to just 15 minutes walk. So it is a very good project that I think just contributes to the economic, and this also where the transformation can happen between these two cities. Okay, so then we move on to rapid prototyping. Rapid prototyping is a 3D printer that we use. So we also use it extensively, even during pandemic or post-pandemic, we even use it more, especially to discuss with the clients, overseas clients. We got several models, even a project in Oxley Towers, especially with the bridge. We do a lot of studies in terms where the bridge should happen, facade, some of our earlier proposal where we studied in terms of the form itself to see how it goes. So this is also not possible without 3D model. This rapid prototype, that is not, if you want to do one model, it will probably take us about a day just to finish one model, but this one can be faster and can be separate. And the third 3D digital transformation, I've moved quickly. We have the virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. So one of the virtual reality projects that we've used and discussed with the clients are actually the Petronas Leadership Center in Bangi, where we have this even before we construct. So this was the rendering. It's in Bangi, and there's also a short video of where we use Revit, we use Enscape, SketchUp, and the virtual reality goggles that the clients, when they come in, they can actually see and feel and experience the project even before we start finalizing the construction documentation. Okay, so you can change lighting, and you can also look at the exterior. Okay, so this is almost complete, so it should be opened up soon by this year. And augmented reality, of course, we're still in infancy, where we have the application that we want to use, but we have not explored it in detail. But I think this is also one of the aspects of the future augmented reality that we need to go for. And also we use drone plus mixed reality. So you use part of the drone video into the animation, and also part of the AR and as well as VR. And lastly, in terms of digital transformation, we have robotics in construction, which we have not explored yet, but we are sure that our colleagues in Europe or in Western have been using this robotics form to actually print and actually construct, not just print in a small scale, but actually actual physical construction towards. And other than robotic design, we also use AI or generative design as well to generate parameters. So generative design, a new approach to creative process that I think Zaha Hadid has been doing since 10 years ago, just to go through all this generative and parametric design. And we still don't see much. We have a few projects that uses this in Malaysia, but I think this will be more relevant as the software becomes a bit more user-friendly and it's easier, then a lot more people are trained to scale. Then you can see a bit more on the outcome. Yeah. And mostly is, even if you do parametric based on lighting and travel and route also will be very helpful. And also in terms of the manufacturer, we've used that normally because of the limitation of our production, the factories, we are limited to straight and shapes, but using robotics in construction, you can let go, you can also optimize all these details. So post-pandemic digital transformation, are we ready? So going back to the first earlier slide, the S-curve model, I think post-pandemic, I think we're all ready because the crisis actually helps us exert and also help us evaluate all these important criteria that we did not have a chance to actually sit down and think. And what is important is that because you can work from anywhere, you have less physical meeting, it's more efficient, and also there are more cheaper and better digital applications nowadays, and more reliance on transformative and immersive experience. So where we're at, I think Veritas and I think most of the firms are actually in between the starting the journey, not complete, and not yet well on the way. We've been using BIM, we've been using augmented reality, virtual reality, and these are all the apps. I haven't even touched on the metaverse yet, which is beyond the scope of this talk. You've got Grasshopper, Rhino, Lumion, and all that. And what I wanted to show as well is this artificial, this building info, this digital transformation. So there's many aspects. You've got BIM, digital collaboration tools, cloud computing, mobile, immersive technology, smart digital assistant, and artificial intelligence. So with Veritas, I think we're using at least 8 or 6 out of it. But 2 that we are looking to go for is AI and smart digital assistant. We still are in exploring it. And some of the data from the survey done by RIBA is that the presenting design to clients will be transformed. Internal collaboration will also be transformed, and I think it has transformed. External collaboration also, and including client communication, clash detection, will also, all this will be changed and is changing now. And decision at site will be changed, but not a lot, only a quarter says that. I think the site still has a long way to go. And what it also means is that it improves employee collaboration. So digital transformation requires culture shift. We need professionals empowered to explore new process, autonomy to initiate the change, provided with training and tools. Sometimes a lot of employers also forget what tools. We've got training, but no tools. And all stakeholders must generate momentum. Not just person who's using, but also even including clients and contractors also. The current obstacles that we face is the professions are lagging, other professions are lagging behind architects, mostly the engineers and other disciplines. Transformation requires full commitment. Most BIM are actually heavily front-loaded. So actually to execute BIM properly, you have to finalize all the design early. So this also creates a challenge in terms of the timeline, in terms of the final budget. All this actually so this is one of the obstacles that need to be tackled and requires increased capital expenditure, which is all the software and also training, hardware, software, and training. So one of the obstacles as well is you can see the 69% of it is cost, and 46% is lack of senior management commitment and also unwilling to radically rethink how we operate. So I think because of the crisis, the pandemic, we actually force ourselves to rethink, not by choice, but sometimes we have to. So that's where in terms of the rate of adoption will probably be higher now, and slow decision making or excess caution. But most of it, I think it can be tackled. But most importantly is cost, which probably be reduced, and also the commitment by senior management and stakeholders. We can see that it could improve further as we go along. Benefits, we have of course, maximize efficiency, maximize productivity, sustainable, which is unseen, which is less carbon footprint because you spend less time to travel, you don't really travel too much. Even construction site also you can choose, for architects, you can choose or you can even use drone to actually monitor the site activities. And most importantly, why we do all this is for high profit and high salary you can give to our employees. and also increase remuneration, and which benefits all parties. And also probably for developers will be reduction in terms of costs, so that you can also be more competitive in the market. So moving on, in the future, we also have just only touched on the AR, but we also have the AR glasses, iTab, tags and markers, telepresence that will be improving, tracking devices, and also software. So all this, but the keyword is inclusive and collaborative. There's more collaboration happening in the future. Architecture, lastly, architecture are changing for the good. And I think this is one of the finding in the survey. Architects are always design-centric people and not really client-centric. So the future belongs to those who are client-centric and people-centric, as what we've cited about the Salomon Bridge. Also, we need to look at the other aspect. So some of it is still true. Some of it, we still want to have design for a better future, but it's changing. So normal, you don't really go towards just having design excellence, but we have to go to the client-centric and also people-centric as part of it. Okay, thank you. So probably go to Q&A if you have time. You muted, Stephanie.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Alif. Yeah, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And we will open for Q&A session now. If you have more questions, you may type your questions into the Q&A chat box. And now let's look at the questions coming in. So we have the very first question from Rina Parvin Kumar. So asking, what are the drawbacks of digital transformation in architectural practice by digitalizing the daily architectural tasks or works? Will that lead to low productivity or work-life imbalance? Example like 24 hours work hours or other issues such as low camaraderie between colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Rina. That's a very good question. And we face not just for architects also, but for other professions as well, in that one of the drawbacks in terms of digital transformation is that it's easily connected, and this is not just specific to the pandemic or post-pandemic, but even before, during when we have mobile phones, etc., it's always been some of it intrusive after work. But what we can see is that I think we need to embrace this digital transformation, especially Zoom and highly connectivity, because then it also creates opportunity for us to actually work from anywhere. So even though you may say that sometimes it intrudes into your own life, but I think this is boundary that you need to set between the employers and employee as well. And even clients also must understand that we do have a life. So, but it always works better if there's first we need to set the boundary. But what the advantages is also that it also gives us opportunity to work. For example, that if we want to go on a holiday, we can extend our holiday a bit, but at the same time, we can even interact with our colleagues or aside of if any urgent decision needs to be made, we're always there to make decisions and even to influence decision. In terms of the low camaraderie between colleagues, I think this is also a good point. However, for us in Veritas, we tackle this two ways. One, during the lockdown also, we have create games between colleagues. We have this sometimes our sports club organize escape room, virtual escape rooms between colleagues. So you do have this interaction between people, painting classes, and what our counterpart in US, because they're embracing this work from home. They do 2 days working from office and 3 days working from home. So what it does is these 2 days are purely for meeting, discussions, and connections. And you also have a choice, flexibility. If you want to go to work in the office, you can. Or if the other 3 days you want to stay, work in not just home, but also work in cafe, work from holiday. So I think it's create this flexibility. And of course, there's always pros and cons that we need to tackle. I think we can tackle it through having an earlier set of expectations.
All right, thank you, AR Ali, for the answers. So we have another questions from Rina as well. So she's asking, what are the problems or issues faced with digital designs?
Okay. Issues faced with digital design.
Yes.
I see the question, is it? Oh, okay. What are the problems, issues or faced with digital designs? Okay. Actually, we have another topic on all this AI, parametric, generative design. The issues faced would definitely be on the cost to actually build. Some of it is a bit too specific to the questions posed, but it does not address to the other issues like our fire issues. Bomba are quite strict on all these issues, building materials, costing. So this digital design is good, but we also need to have our own input to actually fine tune it. So don't be too lost in depending too much on AI or generative design without having a physical input on the issues, because there's also site issues, there's budget issues, so there's so many issues that need to be done. So that's a drawback of having fully digital design.
All right. So we also have next question from Hennessy Sand. With all this technology and app, is there a possibility that there will be a reduced or no usage in hard copy of construction drawing for site usage?
Okay, thanks, Hennessy. I don't foresee the elimination of hard copy construction drawings. We still need it for record, but it will drastically reduce. Even now at our site, if you have Equinox or even if you have tab, you can bring the construction drawings on the tab, so you don't have to print, A1 big size like 40 copies or 40 levels if we're going to a lot of floors. So all that can be stored in tab. So not only it just reduces carbon footprint in terms of printing on paper, but also it reduces the weight of all the papers that you're carrying and time to open up. So there is a reduction and benefit in using construction drawings for site. But I don't foresee it will be eliminated, but probably just 2-3 copies for hard copy, because there could be some issue, but the digital copy will always be best and will be maximized.
All right. And we have another question from Alvin Chui asking, what advice or positive vibes can you share to architects starting out or anxious on digital transformation tools?
Okay. For new architects, I assume for graduates or students, digital transformation tools, I think what we've highlighted earlier, priority will be mainly on Revit, BIM 360, and also 3D printing and drone. So these are usually the all these required skills that you need to have in order for you to seamlessly work, etc. But doesn't mean you can't learn when you work. But if you're starting out and you want to choose a good app, Revit would be good. But there's a drawback also to use Revit, or whether you want to use Rhino, all this a lot. But I think starting out with Revit and would be a good step.
All right. Thank you, AR Alif. And now we will go to our last questions, which come from Alia Ibrahim asking, will architect firms invest on digital transformation, and how is the ROI when they use this?
Oh, okay. It depends on, okay, the issue that we face, even now, live, even as a so-called a big company, it takes a lot of investment, not just on the tools, the hardware and software, but more importantly is also on the training that you need to do. So this is where, if you're starting out firms, you need to invest, but you need to be smart about what you invest, and you must have a plan. For us, we must have a 5-year or 10-year plans. For example, in 5 years, everyone must be able to use Revit, for example, and then you work in batches to replace all the software. Maybe in 10 years, we need to know about Rhino or 3D printing or even robotics, AI, generative design. So you view it through a long-term plan. You can't say, oh, by next month, everyone must use Revit. You can't do it. It takes time. So in terms of ROI, the benefits will be is maximize efficiency. For example, Revit also cut down on number of staff actually drawing it, but also in terms of productivity, in terms of, for example, Revit, you need to know the material, so you don't have to do first and then find out what materials to be used. So actually, you plug in the materials that you're using straight away into the model itself. So ROI may be on the fast turnaround of the products, but also on the future clients that now a lot of our clients, especially government and GLCs, are insisting to use Revit. So you must be on it, otherwise you can't be appointed.
All right, thank you so much for AR Ali for your insightful answers. To all architects and designers, tomorrow we will have another powerful speaker from Veritas Design Group, AR Ng Yik Singh in Intercontinental Hotel. Please register yourself to attend tomorrow's face-to-face session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will be the lucky draw sponsored by BCI Central at 1:45 p.m. Please come back on time to win the prizes. If you have not filled in your details to be qualified for the lucky draw, please click on this link and fill in your details. We will see you again at 1:45 p.m. Stay tuned.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, it's fantastic, actually, fantastic. Thanks to coming here, and I feel quite blessed to be here. And I think it's important to participate in such events to can explain what is new on the market, how the market develop, and in which direction we want to go. Not just we, of course, also not the customers, all the suppliers, etc., etc.
We are really looking forward to meet more industry players, specifically in the construction industry. Not just the architects. I was told that you are also, some engineers are invited. So we are really looking forward to really brand Silicao and also educate the brand Silicao to the construction people and the industry players in Malaysia.
The crowds is getting better and better, and I believe this shows that Equinox has grown and coming to attract more people to participate in the events organized by BCI Equinox.
BCI Equinox!
Welcome back to BSI Equinox online webinar. Hope that you had a good lunch. I'm Stephanie, your moderator for today's webinar. It is now the time for something that we have all been waiting for. The lucky draw sponsored by BSI Central. We will be giving out 50 ringgit GrabFood voucher and 50 ringgit movie vouchers to the winners respectively, and the grand prize of 200 ringgit Shangri-La Hotel cash voucher. The lucky draw is now live on screen, and we are excited as you to see who the lucky ones are. Are you ready? Let's look at the wheel go. Our very first winner for the 50 ringgit Grab voucher is Tan Kim Kang. Congratulations, Tan Kim Kang. We will contact you soon on how you can redeem your prize. And it is now the time for the second winner for the 50 ringgit movie voucher. The prize goes to Chong Gok Chong. Congratulations, Chong Gok Chong. We will contact you soon on how you can redeem your prize. We are now on to our last winner for this lucky draw session. Let's see who is the lucky one to win the 200 ringgit Shangri-La Hotel cash voucher. Let's look at the wheel go. Congratulations to David Young. We will contact you soon on how you can redeem your prize. Congratulations once again to all our lucky winners. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the next section, we would like to invite all design professionals to join BCI Equinox 2022, which will be held in Intercontinental Hotel tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. If you have not registered yet, please register now via the link provided. We have MIID VP IDR Nor Shafina and AR Ng Yek Singh from Veritas Design Group, giving their presentations plus amazing exhibitors lined up for you tomorrow. Seats are still available, but limited. Register now by scanning the QR code here to secure your seat. BSI Central is excited to introduce the new Construction Plus apps to all of you. Please have a look for the short video. We have been working hard to bring new reading experiences and stay connected to Asia's building industry via the Construction Plus app. We would like to invite all BSI Equinox attendees to register your attendance by following the simple steps shown. First, download the Construction Plus app, and after you have downloaded it, select Malaysia, click on BSI Equinox banner under News and Events, Then click on record your attendance here. Fill in your business card information and submit. Register now and stand a chance to win at the extra round of the lucky draw today. We are happy to inform that all of you will be given a complimentary 1-month membership to access the digital magazines of Construction Plus, which you can read on the upgraded apps. You will receive an email with your login information and details on how to access the apps on your mobile devices by next week. And a very good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our BCI Equinox online webinar session. We are proud to host one of our top 10 developers 2022 recipient, Tropicana Corporation Berhad today, on a special topic on property market from a developer point of view. The representative has an emergency and could not make it online today. However, she has pre-recorded the sessions and would like to share it with all of you. May we invite Ms. Izora Ang, Senior General Manager, Marketing and Sales Division, Business Development Division, Tropicana Corporation's Berhad. Let us look at her session.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me at the BCI Equinox Kuala Lumpur. Unfortunately, I can't be online in person as I would love to and be live actually with all of you guys. So this session is actually a pre-recorded session, but of course done just the day before. So I'm sure most of the things will be very relevant. But just a quick introduction. My name's Izora. I'm the Senior GM of Marketing and Sales as well as Business Development from Tropicana. So before we dive into today's topic, the topic being property market post-COVID-19 and the way forward, I would just like to preface today's session just a little bit by saying, of course, a lot of the examples I will be giving are based on Tropicana projects, but I hope it does apply, across the industry. And secondly, if you're expecting to hear some groundbreaking facts or news, it's probably not quite the session for that. I think a lot that we'll be sharing may seem on surface level very common sense, but hopefully it provokes some thought in the way that we do things, be it as a property buyer ourselves or a property seller, or be it, if you're an architect, consultant, engineer that is part of the whole property market experience and process. Okay, so let's just dive into things today. The very first slide, I think this was sourced by a survey, Emerging Trends in Real Estate 2022. So interestingly enough, the question was, changes implemented as a result of COVID-19 will revert to pre-pandemic activity in 2022, or rather that was the statement. So people were asked whether they strongly disagree all the way until strongly agree. And as you can see from the numbers, 8% strongly disagree, 47% disagree. So that makes more than 50% of the respondents to this survey. And then you do have 22% that agree, 6% that strongly agree, right? So I would say the majority of people strongly disagree that we will actually revert back to pre-pandemic activity or ways. And of course, some of the things that we've heard plenty of times, right, the last few years was, flexibility, convenience. And I think we can all agree that these two buzzwords that has been, right, will be key drivers that will take us through the next year or so, or even the next decade, be it whatever industry or market that you are in. Second thing that we hear a lot is work-life balance, right? And we'll just like to keep all these keywords or buzzwords or statements in our head throughout the entire presentation and see how we can actually infuse all of these into the daily practices, the daily operations of things that we do. And then we hear people that say WFH or work from home, or it's now translated to work from anywhere, right? And then we always hear this, a new normal. So I guess today, what we'll address is what, as a property developer who is at most times at the front lines of marketing and sales, how do we see our buyers changing in terms of their needs and wants? And really addressing the question on what is this new normal that most property buyers are talking about? And how do we bridge the gap between the supply that we put out there and this new normal that they desire or they would want to buy into, right? So needless to say, buyers' demands have certainly changed, right? And by buyers, I mean people like you and I. So people in general, you and I, we reevaluate what we want and what we need. I think a lot of times during the pandemic period, we all have had that moment where we started thinking, what are our desires, our goals, or basically to realign ourselves with who we truly are and what are our priorities. So hence, you know, from a lot has changed, right? From living arrangements, working arrangements, and those of you who are parents, probably parenting arrangements. And definitely all these then translate to property investment, right? So aside from a lot of things that we do in our heads or in our minds, or maybe in our hearts, most of the things that we do, like live, work, play, parent, are all done in physical spaces. So if we're intending to sell property, obviously these physical spaces and what we deliver through them, right, would have to change. So what do property buyers want then? I would say as a marketeer, when you think about it, in the past, it was pretty easy. We can break it down to 3 different pillars. And some of these pillars do overlap in a certain way. The first one that you hear very much is property buyers would want value, right? So people walk in your showroom. I think all of us did that in the past to walk into other people's showroom and then we'll ask, what's the rebate? What's the price point? How much is it per square foot? How are you priced compared to your competitors? So it's very much a price tag kind of checklist, right? And then we also have, in terms of the asset, right? People would ask, what is the appreciation or what's the yield, right? What sort of rental rates are you looking at? Do you think this property in this location will appreciate 10% in the next year, right? These were very common questions. And then we have, of course, the lifestyle aspect, right? So people who would want a space and they derive space based on how many square feet is this home, right? Or how many types of facilities do you have? Do you have an Olympic length pool? What sort of gym equipment is the gym equipped with, right? So these were very common questions in the past. And I'm not putting it like aside and saying these questions do not occur now, but I think the conversation on what a property buyer wants perhaps has become a little bit more layered, right? So yes, these questions still get asked, but it's more layered in the sense there is a value that they're trying to derive from asking other questions. So I think these questions may seem so simple that I'm going to be sharing with you, but I hope it provokes some kind of thought, right, in the way we do things then, in the whole property selling, buying, and ownership experience. So what do property buyers want now, right? So what does value mean to them today? If you look across our projects, and we do projects from boutique projects all the way until master plan township environments. I think master plan township environments are definitely something that people value nowadays as they're seeking more of a wholesome lifestyle. So to most people now, a home is more than just a house, right? So we're selling beyond bricks and mortar. And I read in one of the studies where they call it the 15-minute city, right? So people would actually want to live in a space where within 15 minutes, they get to do everything, right? So if you take Tropicana Aman, for example, one of our townships in Kota Kemuning, and the reason why I bring this is because during this pandemic period, it's one of our townships that all our landed phases have actually sold out, and some even prior to launch. And I think these key factors actually really resonate with our property buyers. So back to the 15-minute city sort of concept. It's a place where you can stay, and at the same time, within 15 minutes, you get to go to a recreational hub that has all the facilities that you could ever want. Or you could go to the Central Park and run outside, breathe the fresh air with your kids, ride a bike and all that. And you have shop lot facilities, not only a drive away, but probably a walk away. And you could potentially send your kids to the education institutions within Tropicana Aman, right? So everything is done within this 800-acre sort of township. And although it's suburban, right? But because all the facilities are within that one locale, I think that is something that people truly value. And I think this leads me to my next slide, whereby value used to be where the hustle and bustle is, right? So we saw the trend of value is Kuala Lumpur city center address, maybe, right? But now, I think more and more people are okay, right, with moving away from city centers or moving towards high potential suburban areas. It's a twofold thing, right? First, these areas obviously have potential in terms of population and growth. And at the same time, infrastructure in terms of accessibility is getting a lot better. But also, I think the pandemic has taught people how to actually sort of retreat into more of a suburban way of life, yet still get all your needs met and not having to rush or be caught up in the whole city center or urban way of life. So here I give you two examples of two of our very successful townships. Tropicana Aman being one that we spoke about. You know, it's a suburban area, still matured because it's in Kota Kemuning, but suburban in a sense that it's still a distance away from Kuala Lumpur, but still an address that does relatively very well. And you could say the same about a lot of other suburban areas as well, such as Kajang, for instance. And then down south, we have Tropicana Uplands, one of our latest township developments in Pontian, right? So not under, you know, the part of like Johor Bahru city center, you know, it's in Pontian, but still does relatively well, right? And I think a lot of times also people look at value of the future. So these are also assets that, aside from liking the suburban way of life, these are assets that could potentially appreciate in value. And then now we also take a look at a different sort of category of projects or properties. I don't know whether, I'm sure like most of you would agree with me, during the whole lockdown period, everyone was looking for an escape or a getaway. I think when travel restrictions sort of lifted, number one place we all sort of looked at was like, oh, let's go to Langkawi. Rates there really soared. And at the same time, there were also people who said, oh, let's go drive to Genting Highlands at that time. The new theme park just opened. And I'm not too sure about all of you, but I did that. I'm not too sure if without the pandemic, I would have ever done that, right? Because then you would probably venture to Phuket or Bali. But I think this then sort of uncovered a certain need probably that we all did not realize that we had, which is to escape. And not to escape from anything terrible that's going on in our life, but just to escape the ordinary, right? Or to escape a routine. And here we see now with two of our projects, Tropicana Chenang in Langkawi and Tropicana Grand Hill in Genting Highlands, put aside your typical property investor, right? We also see a portion of property buyers who are now thinking of, instead of probably owning maybe a piece of property in, let's say, an urban address in KL, why do I not think of owning a property whereby I get to reap the rewards or the yield in terms of short stay or short-term rental? But at the same time, there is this longing for having in your back pocket a property that one day, if you needed an escape, you could go to, right? So it's kind of it's a vacation home, but also a fail-safe vacation home. I think when we always think of a vacation home, we literally think intently of packing our bags and going on a holiday, right? But I think more so now, there are a lot of young working executives as well who want to own a home just out of the urban areas, in this, sort of, whether it's a highland destination and an island destination, just so to know that they have a place to escape to, if they want to. And I think this is such a simple, probably human need, but it never really crossed our minds. But now we're seeing it translate into property sales. And then also in terms of value, right? And I think this has always been there, but more so than ever, I think a lot of people now look at quality assurance as one of the key checklists that they would look for when they purchase a property. So this could be in terms of like QLASIC scores, or partnerships with reputable builders or partners. So here I gave the example of one of our projects in the southern region, Ayera, at Tropicana Dangaho, which right now has Malaysia's record for the highest QLASIC score for a landed property. And here we see, that word of mouth marketing, right? So people actually tell their friends that, hey, this project's got this QLASIC score. It must be a good place to live in. But what they're trying to hedge against right now is standing the test of time, right? You want to buy an asset and you want this asset, or you want the assurance that this asset would hold its value. And I think more so than ever, in a period of fragility, I would call it, through the COVID period, people want something that at least feels permanent in a sense, yeah? Okay, and then we also have property buyers right now who are just way more educated than they were probably decades ago, and also who have a strong longing for projects and developments that are from developers who are at least environmentally conscious or aware. And I think ESG is a big thing nowadays, right? Throughout the entire pipeline of property development. So sustainable properties, maybe not immediately right now, but of course in the next few years, I think we'll see a huge uprising of sustainable and green properties. Right now, we may just introduce certain features of it within our townships. But I think moving forward, you'll start seeing, and you see it with some developers right now who are having like full-blown green townships, or full-blown green buildings. So beyond just the certification, we get a lot of young buyers nowadays who actually ask us, like in terms of the development method or the development planning, right, on how we can achieve a low carbon sort of township. So I think these will be questions that may be front, like I would say, like one of the first few questions that a property buyer may ask in the years to come. So that's interesting to keep in mind. So here we just gave some examples of like in Tropicana Metro Park, is the first windmill green energy concept in Malaysia, which we've introduced in our central park. So it helps biofiltrate water in the urban park. And then of course, we've got a series of green RE as well as GBI properties across the collection of Tropicana signature properties. Okay. And then now we also see buyers, we spoke a little bit about the vacation homes, holiday homes, buyers who actually look for rental yield, but there's also an increasing demand overall and investment potential for investment potential properties, such as industrial parks as well. I think a lot of times people sort of ignore these other, I would say niche types of properties. But now I think if it's well placed in a good location, this is a niche not to be ignored. And we'll see definitely more developments in the future, be it in industrial parks or lands, as well as in more tourist-centric or tourist-related properties. Okay, and then of course, with through living through the lockdown and through the pandemic, buyers have also gotten a little bit more sensible, right? I think a lot of people who were long-term renters of properties then start finding fault, or not even long-term renters. I think a lot of us within our homes, we started finding faults in terms of the design. Most days, maybe most of us are home like about 8 hours just to sleep. And you don't see all these flaws in the design. I personally saw so many flaws in the design of my own home throughout the pandemic. And I think that's why you saw a lot of people like tweaking and changing and renovating little bits and bobs of their home. Yeah, but getting back to what I mean to say, functional and practical design. I think now no longer are the days that we need to ooh and ah our customers on just the aesthetics alone. But I think now customers would rather hear what is the value that they're getting from this design approach, or or what is the function of this design or offering. So for instance, I think car porches, pillarless car porch that is expected already, separated WC and bathroom. For certain types of properties, I think this is a key plus point. And so not only you don't get the water splashing, or for families as well, this could be a little bit more conducive, and then huge ceiling to floor windows. This, especially those who were cooped up, right, during the lockdown period, with the ventilation and for lighting. I think this is going to be one of the non-negotiables as well as we move down the next decade of property development. And then we also look at value in terms of long-term value-adding infrastructure. So take Tropicana Metro Park, for instance, without a link bridge, right? So I think we invested over 100 million ringgit on this link bridge that directly connects someone from the Federal Highway directly into Tropicana Metro Park. Without the link bridge, I would disagree to think that Metro Park could have achieved the success that it has till now. And I would say like whatever commercial elements also wouldn't flourish, right? Because you need that accessibility, or in Tropicana Gardens instance, you need a connectivity to the MRT to bring the whole concept of the transit-oriented development together with the office, with the 1 million square feet mall. So I think this long-term value-adding infrastructure is something that our buyers today also do look for, right? They're a little bit more conscious about what are the sort of road infrastructures. If you're expecting high traffic suddenly, what are the sort of road infrastructures, or are there going to be a new underpasses or bridges or even parks, right? So a lot of this also has to do with time saving. Now when, be it a mixture of things being very fragile and non-permanent, people start valuing their time a little bit more. Whether they derive value from spending that time with their family, their loved ones, in their career or whatnot, that's a second question, but they certainly value their time a lot more, right? And it's not so much a lip service that time is money, because now time is beyond money, right? Time is emotion, time is connection, and all that. So I think all these long-term value-adding infrastructure will certainly have, will be one of the very key factors for a success of a project moving forward. And then we also look at the uniqueness and innovation of the design. Now, as you see, property prices soar, especially in certain areas. Developers, we start getting a little bit more creative with what we offer to the market. Whether instead of a regular semi-D, it might be a side-to-side semi-D, a back-to-back semi-D. So people can still own spacious homes, but still at quite an affordable price point for that type of property category. And then we also have hassle-free solutions. I think a lot of top developers nowadays are doing this really well. For us, we appointed Host Estate. So they're the #1 short stay management company in Malaysia. So they help provide tenancy management services for our fully furnished products in Genting as well as in Langkawi. So this is again catering to your buyer who wants less hassle, boils down to them valuing their time and then them valuing their energy. They would want all these being taken care of. This is also another interesting offering that we have done, and these were for the projects that sold really well during the pandemic period. And this is not so much about saving time or saving energy, but it's very much about individualism, right? Or a sense of self. So what this is, Tea Living, with a tagline, your home, your choice, actually allows a customer to personalize their property according to their own desires, right? So you and your friend may buy a property next to each other, but if you like a brighter home, you would then choose a brighter finishing. If I would like a darker home, I would choose a darker finishing. So there is still a sense of personalization, and not everything is just done cookie cutter and one size fits all. And then now we move to the second pillar, to asset, right? So here we put a statement that an asset is now not merely measured by appreciation and yield, right? Now people also want to own a property that they would have an emotional connection to. Or for some, maybe a trophy home, right? Something with a strong brand association. So here we give examples of Courtyard, a great brand under the Marriott International collection of hotels. We have W, and with all these are mixed developments. So we have residences, right? So Tropicana 218 McAllister in Penang, and then we have Tropicana residences in Kuala Lumpur City Centre. So these projects all have strong brand association. They have spectacular locations coupled with spectacular views. So there's also still a space for these, I would say, trophy assets in the property market in the years to come. And this, we couldn't stress anymore, right? Safety and security. Here we put very top-fold ideas of safety and security, gated and guarded, neighborhood, multi-tiered security. But I think where the property industry will be going in the next few years will be beyond this, right? You have smart security. We would probably have at least some, I would say, some parts of smart infrastructure, as well as a combination of probably artificial intelligence and surveillance coming into play, talking on a timeline of like the next decade. So this is something that we can ponder upon, right? How do we make our homes or our properties safer, not just by putting a boom gate and guards to patrol, but also in terms of the design, right? And safety, okay, security we spoke about, but like safety, even in the design of our open spaces. How do we make it safe for toddlers? How do we make it safe also for the elderly? And I think this is something that in terms of our design, people will start approaching. And then also an asset now is not merely, to put it like, it's not just smacking like transit-oriented development with MRT. Yeah, this is definitely a feature. But what people actually want out of it is an entire hub that is vibrant. So if you look at our asset or our property, Tropicana Gardens right now with Tropicana Gardens Mall, it's great that it is transit oriented, right? But besides that, the life of it comes from our tenants, right? So buyers also want to see that in terms of your tenant mix, you have Starbucks Reserve, or you have Don Don Donki, and all these notable tenants. At the same time, everything else that they need, like a great grocer, like Village Grocer, you have GSC Cinemas, where again, maybe in the shopping, with the shopping mall and the integrated development, it's not even a 15-minute city, right? It could be like a 5-minute, like up and down through the lifts and then through the passageways, and you can get all your needs met. So this is where I would say a lot of parties also have to come to create an environment that is desirable for property buyers. And at the same time, also integrated amenities that facilitate work, life, play all in one. So we give an example of our township in Genting Highlands. So Genting Highlands is very known for all its entertainment offerings. But what if we put at the forefront of all that, taking advantage of the climate, the cool weather, we put in other pillars, right? So aside from your residential and commercial, you would have education, you would have wellness, park, and then Silver Hair retirement village. So again, creating that whole sustainable township that a person that can, work, live, play, all in one place. And I think key to point out here also, the retirement village then opens up another level of the entire multi-generational living approach as well. And then now finally we talk about lifestyle. So lifestyle redefined with a shifting demographic, right? And also going through the pandemic. Now people look at resort style design and concepts, lush landscaping. We always put at the forefront and of everything we do, the art of living, right? So we have the art of exclusivity when we do a boutique project, right? So how do we preserve that sense of privacy? For our township projects, we look at the art of, let's say, if it has a central park, the art of nature. How do we ensure that we preserve the ecosystem that it's already there so people can enjoy the walks that they're going on, the bike rides that they're going on, because they have that whole diversity in terms of the flora or the trees and greenery around them. In commercial buildings, we look at the art of success, right? A strategic location, yes, but how do we have a tenant mix that can allow better footfall and allow the place to thrive? And then you get an idea of how we translate that into a lot of the other projects that we do, and via the art of many other things. So people now are also looking for a healthier and more holistic living concept. I think the pandemic has also taught us, no matter if you hate the sun or hate the outdoors, there is still a need of being outdoors in a sense of space, right? So I think our projects with the central parks do relatively quite well. Central parks with lakes, jogging tracks, and other exercise facilities. But then this gives us some sort of key ideas, right? Yes, okay, this is a township environment. But given the chance, even within a mixed development or a high-rise development, if we're able to do a really nice urban park within a high-rise residential project, or some kind of an outdoor space that people could actually jog in and cycle in, the utilization of space may be a little bit, it may be less space, but it might be a higher efficiency, right? So I think these design approaches are worth thinking about. Right. And then also, in terms of the spaces that we live in now, it's like all in one space or 3-in-1 space, right? You work there, you play there, and you live there. So in terms of, I'm sure you've seen a lot of condominiums or high-rise buildings that have multi-purpose spaces, which most of us are not too sure what those multi-purpose spaces are. So would it be a better idea to then really purpose build these multi-purpose spaces and put a stronger purpose to it? For instance, a real proper co-living space or a real proper co-working space. And I think we see some developers doing that really well nowadays. Or even in the interiors of the home, work from home capabilities, right? Do we fit everything out with high-speed internet? Is it important to have, if it's a unit that could have another bedroom, would we then, offer it to be a full study space with access to plug points? So these are all design approaches that we should think of. And then also flexible usage of spaces, right? So we see an increase in wants for our dual key units, also for SOFO units, +1 rooms that we just spoke about, because all these +1 rooms, you have buyers coming in saying that this could be a hobby space, whether it's a yoga room, a workstation, or their children's playroom, right? Or a storage room. So all these are great, I'll say, thinking points, to start off with. And of course, then you look at communal spaces. And communal spaces, aside from, okay, my need to be safe, my need to explore the outdoors, there's also the need to have communal spaces, not just so I can be myself outdoors, but a space that facilitates interactions where you can meet your friends and your neighbors. So again, back to the idea of all these open spaces or common spaces to be actually driven a little bit more with purpose, right? So instead of just having open space, should we just have an urban farm, right? So we started this urban farm during the pandemic period in Tropicana Aman, where it acts very much like an education space, plus an outdoor space, plus also a green space, right? So it's an urban farm where kids and teenagers alike, adults too, would learn how to harvest melons, and it's a really cool space to actually go and visit when they're doing their harvesting cycle, because you actually get to see how they actually play great music to the melons, how it gets harvested and all that. So it's an education space. It's also a space where you see some of our buyers walk around in during the weekend. So that's really interesting. Or even kitchens and private dining. How do we elevate this experience? Aside from throwing some tables and chairs, how do we elevate this whole thing? By maybe working with partners that can bring in great cooking facilities or great kitchen facilities, right? So that people can truly use this space to host their friends and family. Or even like for the outdoor amphitheater or the recreational hub. It's great having the space and people know what to do with the facilities, but if we could bring in the softscape, right? Whether it's a program or whether it's some exciting events or activities within these areas to facilitate all our needs of human interaction. And towards the end, of course, we'll see that also, now we're speaking a little bit off tangent, but I think this is one thing that we've noticed amongst property developers, that even the home buying process has evolved plenty. People now are more reliant at virtual walkthroughs, and I chose my words carefully, reliant, I would say now. Prior to this, most people would just make the appointment to come and view your gallery or see the show unit in person. And now, interestingly enough, we see people actually straight up asking like, oh, why don't you just send me your VR kit or your VR or video, or, people are openly asking for that first point of information to then decipher if they would want to take the next step. So all these online tools now are, I would say, the necessary weaponry to sell property. Yeah. And then we also have the need, for people to be able to manage their property at their fingertips, right? Either through an app or through technology. So here we've just shown a quick snapshot of our Tropicana 360 app on how we facilitate not only visitor management, of course, when people get their keys, defects management and whatnot, authorization list as well, so that their tenants can actually keep abreast, or the tenants and the owners alike can keep abreast with the property. And at the same time, also a community group chat, right? So to keep that whole sense of communal living alive, right? And then we also have now introduced an enhanced buyer's experience and service, be it through a home decor experience where we help buyers fit out their properties, their newly handed over properties, and then also through the handing over process where we walk them through the entire journey of their home ownership experience. So as we sort of wrap up, like I said, all of these are very much just a rambling of my thoughts, but hopefully it gives us a little bit of food for thought, right? None of it is rocket science. But what if we thought about it that, this post-pandemic property buyer is just merely more aligned with his or her wants, right? So the thought process here is that all of these things we've always wanted. So they don't sound too earth-shattering or doesn't sound like rocket science. We've all always wanted it, but maybe we're not so clear in what we want. And hence, when the demand of it is not so clear, the supply of it also is not so clear, right? So now when I think buyers have a little bit more clarity in what they want, property developers alike also a little bit clearer in what to deliver, right? And then the second part of it is, what if this post-pandemic market is just an inevitable market of the future that has just come earlier? So what I'm trying to say is it's merely an acceleration. So what we would definitely get there in 10 years, maybe we have to get there in like 3 years now, right? So it's just brought forward. So with that, what is the way forward? Firstly, I would say is to accelerate innovation, and innovation can come through 3 different ways, or if you want to break it down. The first being, of course, innovating in terms of the design and the approach to it. Second would be innovating in terms of the actual development of the product. And then thirdly, innovating in terms of the experience of the product. So you may think of it as the first one could be new designs or new configurations of a home. The second could be very much new methods to build a home. And the third would be how do we get to market in a more innovative way? And when a person lives in these spaces, how do we innovate the way that they actually derive value from it? And then the second one would be to deliver value propositions before specifications. I would like to live in a day and age whereby we don't produce brochures or collaterals that like really just read like, the size, the make, and like, just bullet points of that. And what, it would change the entire pitch if we literally started from a value proposition. And of course, it has to be supported by specification, right? But what if the entire brochure would just be telling you the value of you living here, right? Whether it's, I don't know, longer life expectancy because the climate is better and because we give you a space to run in, the air is fresher, right? And then backing it up with specifications that we put into our products. The third would be customer-centric design thinking and experience. I think a lot of times we design things to, of course, maximize efficiency. It could be to meet a certain design brief. But what if we had a platform that we just took everything that the customer wanted and we translate that into a product? Or we at least think from a customer's perspective first before a business standpoint. And the last one would be collaborations and partnerships. I think it is an entirety, whatever we spoke about today. The realization probably has dawned upon us, if it hasn't already, probably soon, that all of these cannot be achieved alone, right? So developers cannot do it alone. You will need input from obviously many other parties. And now this collaboration and partnerships, I would say, does not only involve people within the property industry, but probably externally too. And that would make much better ecosystem. And I try not to say property ecosystem, but it should be an ecosystem at large that we all, at the end of the day, work, live, and play in. Yeah. So that's pretty much it for my sharing session for today. I hope that we'll cross paths soon or we'll meet soon. Until then, I bid all of you farewell. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you, Ms. Izora. If you have any questions, feel free to type them into the chat box, and please do not forget to mention your company name. Ms. Izora will get back to your questions via email communications. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amazing lucky draws to be given away today. To qualify for the lucky draw from BSI Central, please scan this QR code and fill in your details to stand a chance to win. Our next speaker will be coming up at 3 p.m. We will have the Archive Manager from BSI Central to introduce the platform. You may stay online and have some coffee, and we will see you again in a while. Hi everyone, welcome back to BSI Equinox online webinar. BSI Asia has also recently acquired an online platform for product specification called Archify. May we invite Mr. Christopher Victor, the Archify Manager of Malaysia, to share on Archify. Over to you, Mr. Christopher.
Hello, hi everybody. I hope you can hear me well. Hi, my name is Christopher Victor. I'm your Archify person in charge that I'd like to share with you about what is Archify all about. I believe over this session from morning just now, we have been hearing about digital transformation. We also have heard about from the property sector on how the buildings have been built with technological friendly products and all that. Basically, during this COVID-19 2 years during the COVID-19 period and all that, we have been caught off guard actually. So we were going on normal lives, and suddenly there's a COVID-19 virus was there, and we were caught off guard with that. So everybody's starting going online, Zoom, and they're going to Teams and so Skype, online Skype and all that. So basically that is a transformation that we're looking into. So how about building material suppliers and design professionals like our architects, engineers, interior designers, developers? When you want to build something, you got to touch that particular, you got to feel the material, right? You got to feel the material and probably the specification. You got to meet face to face and specify certain products and all that. So that was a normal process, though there were online discussions as well, but was very minimal. The architects can just call the suppliers and say, hey, I would like to specify your products. Can you come to my office? So they will be able to come. Same thing goes to the product supplier as well. But when the COVID-19 happened, everybody is unable to meet each other, right? So that was a problem that we faced. So at BCI Central have acquired a product called Archify. It was earlier called Blueprint in early before 2019, and we have renamed it as Archify. I would like to share with you the application. Earlier we have talked about how to go to the about digital transformation, how architects would like to go into this environment. They are already there already, and there's a lot of talk going on here and there. But on the process, what is actually going on, the actual product of the online, this is what BC I would like to share with you about Archify. Okay, let me share my screen. I'll let you know this is Archify. Yes, here we go. Okay. Okay, hope all of you can see my screen. Yeah, so this is archify.com /NY Malaysia. So if you can see that we are in Australia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, New Zealand, Philippines, and Singapore. Okay, so before I share with you this, I'd like to show it to you how you will want to log in first. For the Archify platform, you will need to register. Okay, I hope all attendees today register as whether you're a design professional or a property owner or consultant, anything, you can register. Registration is free. Just need to log in here, click the login button. Sorry, to click the sign up button here, and you can just sign up. Yeah. Okay. So I have already signed up earlier. So this is my own each of you, when you sign up, you will get your own profile. Okay. Now, Archify, this front page here, if you can see, this is the practice of the week. Okay. So, and also brand of the week. For some of our premium clients, we'll be able to give them this particular mileage for brand of the week. And these are some of the projects of the week. So design professionals who like to get their firms up also can. you can contact us and we will be able to put up your firm here as well. So how we have featured projects here and also featured products as well. So you can browse through these products. These are some of our brands that are in here. You can browse through the featured products here. I can show it to you. And these are some of the design professionals that we are here. We have made it as simple as possible for design professionals to browse through and go. Now, the main thing here that you like to look at is products. Now, you will want to see, you have a certain projects. So you will want to look for a certain products that you're looking. Now, the earlier what a lot of design professionals will do is that they'll go through Google. Of course, that's our Google is our friend, so we'll go through there. But Google, you see, it's very big. It's a huge network there. But Archify is mostly we have made it in such that only it's specified to your needs. What you like to look for, you get it here. So if you see here, a very simple platform. So you have all categories. You can look into appliances, bathroom, building, doors and windows and flooring. If you're looking for a flooring material, so you can just click on the all floorings here. Then all the products will be here. For now, we have about 500 brands live in Archify, and we are counting in more as well. So if you can see here, these are some of the brands. Just give you an example here. Let's say you're looking for a particular brand. Okay, we'll just give you an example for this particular brand, Eco Wood here. So this is where when you click on this particular brand, you can see this. Here we go. This will have their company details, their website, their WhatsApp number as well. So if you would like to directly contact that particular person in charge, you can contact them here. So it's as easy. It's very, very easy. So here we have actually put in the archify.com/my here. Kindly go register, then you can go through. So company details are here. Okay, you can directly contact them. Now, if you want to get in touch with this company, click get in touch button, and then you can type a message, any message that you want. You can ask for resources. If you want to ask for a brochure or a price quotation or an accreditation or anything, drawing files, please message them. An email will send directly to the client and they will be responding to you. Okay. If you want to have a meeting, yes, can. This is when during the COVID-19 lockdown time, a lot of design professionals have been using this function, especially these online meeting functions. So they are trying to get to the product supplier. People are working from home and all that. So this is a very, this platform actually enables them to actually have this online meeting. So design professionals can choose what time you are free, what time you will want to meet these particular product suppliers. Before COVID, usually product suppliers will come knocking your doors. They will come say, hello, I'd like to see you for a certain product. Now, this is the other way around. This is where you, design professionals, what you want, what you need. You need a certain product, certain materials. You want to see a certain product. You choose your time, you choose your product, you choose your brand, and choose the way you want to meet online. Now we can go face to face since it's open. You can do that as well, not a problem. And send a meeting request directly. So this is the get in touch button, which is very easy. So we also have these highlighted products here as well. Okay, these are some of the products that highlighted by the pen. You can just click on any of it. So here we go. Let's say if I click this particular brand, this particular product, so I will be able to get this details here. So you can see a few images, and all the details are here: color, series, style, finishes, where is it from, the size and weight, technical details, everything here. If you want a brochure for this particular material, you can request a brochure. You need the drawing files, get no problem. You want to contact the supplier, this is how it goes here. If you have an accreditation, you can just look at the company's accreditation if they have any accreditations as well. So this is they do have their website, but we have make it a simple platform for design professionals to look into everything here. Brochures are all here as well. Now, earlier we were looking into if you have heard from Ixora earlier when she was talking about going brochureless. Okay, talking about going brochureless. I mean, this is the time that we are going. I mean, paperless as well. We're going brochureless. They don't want to have brochures or flyers or anything like that. So everything is online. You can download this online and able to use it directly. Okay. If you have a certain products, this is where you can search for the products. Now, I'm just looking at some product that you do. Let's say you're looking for a certain product or brand. Just give an example. Techno. It's a architectural window products and all that. So this is where you can have these details here. Energy efficient window that you're looking at. You can click here. It's very simple. So these are the details they have. This is the example of images that they have here as well. If you're looking for office furnitures, well, many people during working from home, they are looking for office furnitures as well, right? And we have these brands. Just type the keyword, and this brand appear. So all these brands appear like that. Now, say nice chair, okay? You can fit this in your house, in your home, you know, or in your office as well. Now, these details all are here. So if you want to directly contact that particular person, you can contact the person here itself, no problem. Now, what else you must be wondering, there is these buttons here, right? Okay, I'll share with you some of it. Okay, I cannot share everything with you here, so I will just hope that you can go in, log in, play around. If any questions, kindly contact me on this. After this, later I will share our contact details, or give our contact details. You can ask questions as well. Now, this button is actually what we call as add to my library. So add to my library, every user will have their own library. Okay, let's say I have added my library, I have added here as well. You can add as much as products in your library. What will happen in your library? Here we go. You can see here, this is my library. Now, when you have a particular likings of a certain product that you have, okay, these are all the products that I put in my own library. So as a user, as a design professional, as an architect, interior designer, developer, or whichever profession that you are, you can actually have all this in your library, and you can categorize them accordingly as well. So if you have a certain project, if you have a certain product, certain project that you would like to use, you would like to use this particular, then you can refer this in this my library. It's unlimited. As much as possible, you can go ahead and go and so you can also look into compare products. I'll share with you about this one function here. I'm going through a bit of technical details on the functions here, which I think will be very useful for this. Now, if you're looking for any type of like flooring products, you know, just give an example that you like here. I'm just giving you some examples here. Okay, these are some of the things, some of the brands that you can choose. Some here, not here, just one here. Okay. Go to this brand. You can go to this brand here, and then look for this icon here where we have highlighted products here. This is compare. Now, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can get these 3. You can even go for different brands as well, different brands, and compare the product. And then you click compare. Okay. When you click compare, this is the product comparison details that you will have here. Right? It's good, right? So they have all the details. You can actually compare what is it, dark, light, you know, the width and the length and all that. And you can download this as well in PDF, or you can share it also as well. You may have a WhatsApp group, project team WhatsApp group as well. So which you in this WhatsApp group, you'll be able to share, no, this is the project that I would like to do for my this is a product that I like to use for my project. Please share with me. Everything is done online. So you don't actually have to look for a brochure. You don't have to call that particular supplier or this particular person to actually get the details from you. A lot of time can be saved. Everything you have it in this platform, and then the only thing that you can do finally is to just, you know what, I would like to quote how many pieces, what's the unit, and all that. This is how we specify during this time. Now, besides these compare products, I would like to share with you another amazing feature, which what we call as mood board. Yeah, mood board. You will have a design that you would like to do. I've created a few. I'll just like to share with you some of the designs that we have created here. Okay, there's two things you can do actually, like this. This is like one project by, you can create based on project basis or based on your product base as well. Moodboard will take a bit of a time to load. Okay, bear in mind. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is more towards a project base here. Now, if you have a certain project in mind, so you would like to move around things, now this is where it goes. You would like to move product here. This is the product that I want to put. Sorry, this is just an example. I put a sanitary ware here. Okay, tiles and all these things. Okay, this is what you can put it. So you can have your own image as well. You can upload your own images here, and then you can put it here as well. So products, you can search here, and then also you can drag and drop. Just give you an example here, like all those. And if you have a certain things that you would like to track, just give you an example for these two. Just drag it here, put it down like this. It's small. Now this is not three-dimensional. We are still in 2D process. So moving forward in a couple of years time, and probably will move there. But this is where we are at now. Now, what you can do with this, you can actually save this mood board, and you can create what we call as spec sheet. Okay, this is what we call as spec sheet. So spec sheets is the products that you have inserted in your design. Okay, and then it will come up like this. Now, whatever the products that you have put, all the details here. If there is no data here, you can directly contact that particular client and ask, okay, can you please give me some data on this particular details? Now, your work is getting lesser and lesser. Okay, rather than asking for this particular, put it in Excel sheet, put it in your any type of software that you have as well. But this will, in a way, shorten the period of time for your specification. Now we look at this as well. So all these things are here. All these things. So what you can do? There's a lot of people ask me, can we actually download it in Excel sheet? Yes, you can. And a PDF also can. Excel sheet also can. If I download an Excel sheet, this is how it will come in as a Excel sheet. And you can use those data, this data which is in the Excel sheet, for your specification purpose. Share with you this how it would look like. Nice opening. Yeah, here we go. There we go. This is all the details are here. Just imagine those brochures that your client may give you with all the writings or everything. Everything has simplified in one single format, and you have you're not doing it. Akify is doing it for you. Akify will be help you to do all the things. All you need to do is click what products that you want, what likings that you want, everything all at the fingertip here. Akify is also, we also have an app called Akify app. You may download the Akify app as well, the Google App Store, and you can use it. But the web form is where you can able to do this mood board and design. Akify app, you can actually look for the projects and the products and all that. But this is more towards application of it. Right. Here, and yeah, there's a lot you can. Yeah, this is some of the main things that you can do here. Just giving us more examples of the products that we have here. This is Mr. Paver. This is one of the brands that we have as well. There are Pavers, yeah, this Paver here. So you can look at all the products, the details, the phone number, website, Instagram, WhatsApp. This is what we this is what we actually, because design professionals sometimes unable to get the right person in charge. That is when here you get the right person in charge number, directly ask them any questions, direct response, that. So it makes your life easier. In case if you can't find certain products, let's say you are looking for some type of material like hardwood. I mean, hardwood we have. Okay. See, like this hardwood or any type of. We don't have this as well. Now, these are some examples of products that sometimes you might not find in Artify and all that. Please contact us and let us know what type of product you are looking for, what type of product that you want to see in Artify as well. So we will our Artify team will be able to help you to put up all those brands and contact the particular brands to come in and all that as well. And if you're a firm owner, design professional firm owner, please also you can put up your firms here. You can make it live, your firms here, and you can also network as well here, because this is also a platform for some property owners who are looking for particular architects for their personal bungalow or factory or anything like that. So these are some of the firms that are already live with us that you can see here. Okay. So if you would like to come in, if you like to have your own interior design firm, developer, or architect firms live, you can just contact us, Artify, after this session. Then we'll be able to help you through this one. I think that's all my session here. So Stephanie, if you like to put in the contact details for Artify in the chat, then it'll be good. If there's anybody who would like to have any questions or anything like that. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for Mr. Christopher for the Artify presentation. I hope you have a better understanding on what is Artify. We have put down the Artify website and Mr. Christopher's contact in the chat box. If you have any questions regarding Artify or interested to join Artify, please feel free to approach Mr. Christopher. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next session, we would like to invite all design professionals to join BISA Equinox 2022, which will be held in Intercontinental Hotel tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. If you have not registered yet, please register now via the link provided. We have MIID VP Aija Nor Shafina and AR Ng Yek Sing from Veritas Design Group, giving their presentations plus amazing exhibitors lined up for you tomorrow. Seats are still available, but limited. Register now by scanning the QR code here to secure your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have an extra round of lucky draw sessions sponsored by the Construction Plus app later on. Once again, we would like to invite all of you to register your attendance by following the simple steps shown. Download the Construction Plus app, and once it is downloaded, select Malaysia, click on BISA Equinox banner under News and Events. Then click on Record Your Attendance here, fill in your business card information and submit. Register now and stand a chance to win at the extra round of the lucky draw session. We are happy to inform that all of you will be given a complimentary 1-month membership to access the digital magazines of Construction Plus, which you can read on the upgraded apps. You will receive an email with your login information and details on how to access the apps on your mobile devices by next week. Our next speaker is a distinguished engineer, Ayah Ahmad Mashur Jahaya, Director of Parenting Hashim and NEH Sanjam Berhad. Ayah Ahmad will go through the case study, use of waste space below lift pit for chilled water thermal storage. If you have any questions, please feel free to type them into the chat box, and don't forget to mention your company name. We will address them at the end of this session. Let us all welcome Ayar Ahmad to the screen now.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mrs. Stephanie, for giving me the opportunity to present on one of our projects, case study. I would call it a case study because it is seldom done for the construction. Okay, give me a second to start my presentation. If you have any issue with my microphone or anything, please inform me. If not, I will be talking to myself. Okay, thank you. Hold on. Okay. So the subject of my case study is the practical use space utilization for unusable or impractical area below lift pit. This is what we have done for one of our projects in Mutiara Damansara. I believe the Deputy President A.R. Ellis also is quite familiar with this project because it is a project. So I'll go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items for this presentation. The scenario of this item, the opportunity that we see from this scenario, and how we plan to implement and the options available, and then the actual implementation at site. This project is completed already. And has been running for about 3 or 4 years with the tenants. And then we also see the results of the installation and also some post results. I mean, in terms, when you talk about case studies, there will be some advantages and disadvantages. I wouldn't say disadvantages, it's just that something to consider when you design this sort of installation. Okay. I cannot see. Okay, so this project is located in Mutiara Damansara. Apologies, there's some construction going on here, so you might hear some disturbance. So this project is in Mutiara Damansara. It is an office tower, a GBI rated office tower, gold certification. It's about 23 stories actually, 23 stories, plus the mechanical floors. And then we have about 3 and 4 basements. Some areas have 4 basements, and a portion, the north side has 3 basements. Okay, so if you look at this drawing, you can see that we have destination control lift system. So these are all the passenger lifts. So the passenger lifts does not go down to the basement because we have car park lift. So for security, a visitor will go from the basement, they go up to the ground floor, and then they will take their card, and then they will take their card to the barricade, and then they will go to the passenger lift. So when you have this sort of lift lobby, so if you look at the requirement from the authority, I believe this is JKKP. So the space below the lift pit, the requirement from authorities that you have to, if it's like a hanging pit, so meaning that the pit is hanging on the basement, it does not rest on the ground level, on the earth level. So which in this case is the basement 3. So you have to do some enforcement, reinforcement of the pit. So we're talking about 5,000 Newton per meter square. I'm not sure how strong it is because I believe it's quite strong because the CNS doesn't prefer not to do it. So it will be quite expensive lah, to comply with the authority requirement to use the space below this lift pit. As such, it may also extend up to the basement 2 or basement 3. So if we don't utilize it, it will be a wasted space lah. What I mean by the wasted space, the requirement is that it should not be accessible to people. So you just extend the lift pit down to the lowest basement. So what we saw an opportunity here, we saw that the area is quite big. So it's about the way when we look at it, it's about 2,000 meter cube. So we believe that besides instead of using the space for our cold water tank or the sprinkler tank, which will have people going inside also because of the pumps and everything. So we proposed to the client that why not we have a thermal energy storage, which is the short form is a TES system, and we can put a tank there. So this tank will serve sort of like I believe a lot of you here are architectural based. I think I saw a few mechanical and also one electrical also. Thank you for joining. Okay, so back to this. We saw that the space can be utilized to have this thermal energy storage tank. So because we are going for the green building, so there's a lot of benefit in terms of the the maximum demand reduction if we employ this system. So you can see the benefits of lowering the initial capital cost when you reduce the price of your chillers, and then you can reduce your operating costs, specifically in terms of the demand charge from the TMB, and also in a way a lower maintenance cost because of using smaller chillers. And then it's also environmentally friendly because it's only using fresh water. Another system is the ice storage. It's not famous now because there's always an issue with the brine solution that is involved. So, and then the payback is subject to the size is quite quick, definitely less than 10 years. So the rest of it, you start to make your money from not paying a high price for your TMB. And then flexibility, yeah. So the build, if you're not familiar, this is actually, it's like a battery. So you have your phone connected to the charger. So even if you pull the charging cable, the battery is still in the phone, so it can still continue. But then if you put the charger back, then it will continue to charge the phone. It's something like that. Okay, and then in terms of reliability, the performance, once the facility maintenance is familiar with the system, it's just like a normal chill water system. Okay, so this is the section view of the tank. So you can see that it extends from the lower ground right down to basement 3. So we're talking about 12 meter height and around 16, about 20 meters wide. So when we have the chill water inside, the chill water will be around 40 degrees during charging, 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're talking about 4 degrees or 4 degrees Celsius, just below just above the freezing temperature. So for this one, the columns also will be insulated, the walls will be insulated, and we will also waterproof the walls and the floor. So the columns and the walls are all insulated and waterproof. Even the insulation is waterproof. The insulation is usually a PU insulation, and then after the column, right after the column will be a spray type polyurea, and then after the insulation will also be a spray type polyurea for waterproofing. Okay, so this is above, inside the tank. You can see the column from the authority requirement in my previous slide. You can see that the column is supposed to extend until the ground basement ground, the lowest basement. So you can see that the column extends all the way down inside the tank itself. So that's why we have to insulate the column itself so that the column the temperature does not go down too much. Okay, so this is the operation during the charging cycle. So charging will usually occur at night. So the chiller will, the same chiller will run and will charge the TES tank. So we'll fill in the tank with cold water and then remove the warm water out of the tank until it is full. And during the discharging period, you just transfer the cold water out and circulate it throughout the building. So this is called the discharging cycle. Okay, so before this, we have also because of the unusual, I would say the size or the area or the shape of the tank, we have to do a bit of we call it a CFD analysis, computational fluid dynamic analysis, to ensure that the thermocline, there's the item called thermocline, so that there's enough separation between the hot temperature and the cold temperature of the water to make the tank viable so that it can work as a thermal energy storage. So for this project, we employ a partial storage system, meaning that during the night, one of the chillers will charge the test tank, but then during the daytime, another chiller, depending on the cycle of the rotation of the chillers, half of the load of the building, the aircon load, the aircon load will be taken up by the chiller, and a portion of the building load will be taken by the thermal energy storage. So what this have effectively done is we are cutting out the maximum demand for the building. So for this, for example, for this project, we can get by with having the genset be able to cater for the entire load of the building. Considering that the building is quite high and our genset is not big, it's only about less than 2 megawatt. So what we can effectively also do is that, as you know, the air conditioning system takes up a lot of the demand for the building. So once we have genset be able to cater for the entire building, we can ask for the telco application as a telco, what they call it. There's a MSC status for the building, for the building here. So this is the design calculation for the usage of the thermal storage. So if you see the cyan color, it's when we discharge the chill water from the storage, but it's also helped by the chiller during the day mode. But then the chiller will continue to run during the night time. And then during the night time, the chiller will have can use the off peak charge period, off peak rate from TMB. Okay, these are the equipment list. If we don't use the thermal storage, then our chiller will be around 600 RT. To RT is like 600 ton of chiller, about 3 numbers. So with this is what I have mentioned previously, that the capital cost reduction. Yes, there is a capital cost for the tank, but then we reduce on the chiller. So the maintenance of the chiller, the purchasing cost of the chiller is also reduced. So we have the demand is about 7,400 ton, but then about 4,350 refrigerant ton hour is taken up from the thermal storage. So these are some of the photos that was taken during the construction. We are all using the spray method to spray the columns. This is the columns and the floors and the ceilings with the polyurea. And then we install also spray tart using the PU, and then same also for the final waterproofing. So these are the results. If you look at the photos from clockwise position, you can see it's all the either the lift lobby or the car park. This is at the basement. So from the outside, it is just a normal wall. This is the photos from basement 2. And then these are the photos from basement 3.
After he answers, then we can see, okay.
Okay, sorry, there was somebody talking just now. Okay, there was an issue during the early stage pre-handover. There was a high humidity in the basement pre-occupation. So you know, when there's a high humidity, and then there was no car at that time, but then the chill water was already charged. You can see that water condensation actually happens at the lobby walls at the basement 2 and the basement 3. Okay, the thing is, actually this is not because of the design or the construction, but this is actually because once you go a basement without any fan running, the humidity is actually very high at that time. It's actually about 90%, 92%. So even a slight difference between 1 or 2 degrees difference between the wall temperature and the ambient temperature, there will be condensation. So we were quite worried, and we did a test with the installer to make sure that everything is correct. And he assured us that all we need to do is to have the basement running, meaning that the cars can come in, the fan running, because we have a CO sensor at the basement. So once the fan is running, the temperature goes up, and then the humidity comes down through to be, the condensation disappears. But then we have to dry up the lobby to get the mold. They were already starting to have mold because it's quite some time between the pre-occupation and the opening up of the basement. Okay, so post results, the benefits of having this thermal energy system is that to use this for this building is that we can effectively reduce the maximum demand for the building, And we can use, there is a practical use of the wasted space underneath the lift lobby, underneath the lift pit. And then the return of investment, we can already see that for this building, for the weekend, they don't even have to switch on the chiller during the weekend, because people still go to the office during the weekend, and they just use the thermal energy storage for the entire weekend, and they start the chiller back on Monday lah. And then it's also useful for after office hours. So what you can do is that part of a portion of the chiller charging, because the chiller is running at night, you can divert some of it for the after office hours. So you don't have to have a separate direct expansion air conditioning system for the after office hours. Also, I mentioned this just now, the weekend thermal energy storage sole usage. But then we noticed that some of the clients, the tenants for this building, it's quite a big, the tenants are all quite a big companies lah. So their servers are almost like half of a data center. So we have to limit their use of the thermal storage for their servers, so-called servers. So that's why we can see some of them have started to use a VRV system lah, specifically only for their servers or data centers. And also this will contribute greatly to your GBI initiative. There's under innovation points. The only consideration, there's a few consideration also. The facilities maintenance need to have a proper knowledge of the working of these TES tanks in order for them to properly operate the system. And then the testing and commissioning must also be done properly. We have a specific commissioning specialist, which is certified with a certificate from Green GBI. We are using a GBI certification for our GBI Gold certificate. And then definitely there must be a building management system or building control system for this. And also the building control system should have a maintenance contract, because you don't expect the facilities maintenance. Even I wouldn't know how to do the programming should there be any changes to the IO module or to the items that is related to this thermal energy storage system. Because the moment you start to disable one point, the other week you start to disable another point, then before you know it, all of the points are not working and your entire system will start to fail. So again, thank you I think that's it for me. I thank you for everybody for listening. Back to you, Stephanie.
Thank you so much, IR Ahmad, for your wonderful presentation. We will now open for Q&A. Let us take a look at the questions coming in. We have one question coming from Ke Yong Chai. Hi, sir. May I know any condensation issue on the outside wall?
Yes, I believe I have explained in the results just now. Yes, we have condensation, but this is mainly due to because during the pre-handover period, where the air inside within the basement is not refreshed, and the fan are not running, and there are no cars because it's still basically before CPC. So just like even for your fridge, if there is no heater running on the outside coil, there will bound to be some condensation. But the moment we have the moment we have the fan running and then the cars are coming, for example, now, the building is running as normal, all the condensation issue disappeared. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, IR Ahmad, for your thoughtful answers. If there's any more questions, we'll send to you later, and you may reply to the questions via email communication. Thank you, IR Ahmad.
There's another question also. I think I just take it. The thickness of the wall is about the insulation thickness is 75 mm only. And then it's sandwiched by 2 mm waterproofing. So about 79 mm total. The structure wall is by structure.
All right, and we have another questions from Nabila. So it's asking, may I know, is there any commercial projects start to do this project?
Is this for me?
Yes, it's for you,
Okay.
IR Ahmad.
Okay. Yeah. This the one that I presented is a case study. It's a completed project, and we have received our GBI Gold certification for this. It's in Mutiara Damansara. You can check with AR Alice for the details. Thank you.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, IR Ahmad. I believe for now we have no more questions for IR Ahmad already. If there's any more questions, we will send to IR Ahmad later, and he will be able to get back to you via email communications.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amazing lucky draws to be given away today. To qualify for the lucky draw from Visay Central, please scan this QR code and fill in your details to stand a chance to win. We will have a roundtable discussion between Aya Alif Iskandar, the group principal and director Veritas Design Group, and Visay Central General Manager Ms. Kok Sok Ling later at 4 p.m. Please have a short break and we'll see you again shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BCI Equinox, the webinar session. It is now the time for our final session of today. It is a roundtable discussion between Aya Alif Iskandar, Group Principal and Director Veritas Design Group, and BCI Central General Manager, Ms. Kok Sok Ling. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Christopher Ritter from BCI Central. If you have any questions, please feel free to type them into the chat box. And don't forget to mention your company name. We will select some of the questions and address them at the end of the session. If your question is not selected, we will get back to you via email communication. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them on screen.
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you, Arale, for coming back again. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
Thank you. Good. Had a good lunch.
I had a good lunch. Okay, great. It's been a long day, right? Today. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great. I'd like to introduce to you Ms. Kok Sok Ling here. She's the General Manager of BCI Central Malaysia.
Hi, Alif. Nice to meet
Hi.
you here. Hope to see you
how are you?
tomorrow physically, face to face.
Hopefully.
Yeah, thank you so much for your session earlier. We did the session a bit earlier today. Supposed to be 4:30. We're making it 4 o'clock since we have a short session, and then we can start early, and we can have more questions. So we have throughout the day, to all the audiences as well, we have got Mr. Girish talking about property investable market for the master plan. And then Aralef was talking about digital transformation. Then we dive into the property market by Tropicana Corporation as well, where they are looking into the digital transformation as well, but more towards into their homes, because they install their smart home systems and all that. And then we went the technical with Ira Ahmad as well in his topics. Now, when we look into this session here, okay, there was a question that earlier there was one student question, but I just like to have that particular student to ask this question, so that you can just let him know your thoughts before we go into the other discussions. He asked about how can architects influence the student and help them with digital transformation. I assume this is from architectural student, this one. So because they are all studying now in universities and all that, and now we are post-COVID. So maybe you can share your feedback, your thoughts on that, Arali.
I think that's a good question in terms of architects. For us, what we can do, the thing about architects, especially architecture student, is that there's a lot of crit session between the internal and external examiners, what we call. So normally, even for us, for me, myself also, we always, at least 3 times a year, we go to local universities and give our crits and feedback to the students. So it's not really stranger. So this is also a venue where we discuss about the current ongoings of the industry. And I think this is how we, as architects, can contribute back, is by participating in these crit discussions, and also highlighting about the benefits of the latest digital apps for students to focus on. Mainly, as I highlighted before, will probably be the Revit skills, BIM 360, or even drone. That is also of particular importance nowadays, because we use drone not only for the to take site pictures, but also to integrate that with our presentation. So drone, and as well as, I think another good apps for all of us to learn is the virtual reality and augmented reality. And also a lot of architecture students nowadays that I see also take up some programming skills, UI, UX, user interface, user experience kind of course that could help include in the current study skills.
Okay, that's really inspiring for them. So basically, this student I'm not sure whether Veritas Design Group actually you have internship for students to come in and do that, or is there any other architect firms do that? Or
Yeah, we do internships. We target to have at least about 5 to 10 interns every 3 months, because that's when the cycle happens. Every 3 months, usually is January, March, April, July, and also September. So we do get interns, not just from local universities, but also from overseas as well, either from Indonesia, from UK, US, Australia, etc. So we do have interns.
that's good. That's good to hear. As we can have more when we have more from overseas and more of a mix of a crowd, right? So then have more ideas that we can we can share as well. Moving on from that session, that I would like to ask there's about this property market that we're looking into here. Like firstly, like we talk about earlier topic, and I was talking about they're going into technological home, like build their space for working from home, build the keyless technologies and all that. How, at this point of time, how architects design have to be in line with the technological friendly demand from the developers? Because there's a demand of having technological friendly projects, offices, buildings, or industrial, anything like that. So is that something that you're looking into, that you need to do a lot of research, reading up, or talking to professionals on doing it? Is no more like a single just a normal doorknob where you put a key and open up and even those things and all that. So it's beyond. And looking in with this COVID as well, in the next 10 years or 20 years, there's a new shift, there's a paradigm shift that I can say into the way architects have to design in terms of meeting the demands of these developers, these clients, this technological friendly, I would say. I mean, maybe we can share your thoughts about that as well.
Nowadays, there's more demands for smart features, but for us, usually the proponents or the initial takers for all these smart technologies are usually the hospitality industry, and we've seen the keyless, the wireless doorknobs, room control are all as part of what the hotel industry has been doing. So by having experience with hotel design and hotel coordination, etc., so we can say that it's a good technology to have, but you must have an IT specialist. Usually we have one IT consultant to go through to integrate between the hardware and then the software with the M&E engineers. So the architect itself, we are not specialists in electronics and electrical, but we can advise in terms of the selection of materials and also anticipate, for example, that if you want to have a keyless a doorknob system, iMongery system, we have our own standard selection. We know the suppliers. So and what we can also do is get the suppliers to come in as well and propose and give their specs to us. So what becomes more critical, and I think I've touched this in my previous talk, is there's more collaboration happening, not just between consultants, but also consultants and suppliers, because most of these products are customized, are really specialist. So even the general consultants will not know how to deal and integrate. So they come, usually these suppliers will come with their own specialists to come in and integrate. So it's becoming a more collaborative industry, I would say, especially with smart homes, where a lot of products are also very specific.
Correct. I think that's where the networking process between the product suppliers and the architects is very important. In this sense here, let me bring Ms. Kok-Sok-Leng here into terms of this product supplier type, because as BCI Media Group that we're looking into, that we are we are with the product suppliers, we are with the design professionals, we hear from them, we hear from here as well. So in terms of like the demands from these developers, these owners and all that, they are looking into technological friendly. Now, architects is one side, are also looking into the collaboration with them. Now, how ready, or I would say, what is the readiness of the suppliers, product suppliers here in terms of this technology, and how is the government initiative? This is another topic that we can also cover that as well in this thing, because as just to share with you, certain product suppliers, like they will say they have a certification from international certification, right? But when it comes to Malaysia, they need to have a local certification, which is also good, but there's an additional cost there as well to do that. So maybe Ms. Leng, you would like to share your thoughts on how this product supplier type and how they can deal with this situation and collaborate with architects and others.
Thanks, Chris. I do agree with AR Alif on the collaboration and the partnership, because there are a lot of product suppliers out there who are ever ready to bring in new technology to introduce, especially if there is a growing demand in the market, say from the customers or from the clients or from the architects or developers themselves. So because there's always different resources, right? Different avenues or to get these products in. It could be from China. In fact, we do have a few of clients of ours where they want to introduce certain technologies that are very high in cost, say in America or in the Western countries, in Europe countries. But when they look to China side, they could actually find the same technology, but with a lower cost. But the only challenge that they face is the mindset that people has on China products, made in China products. So when they see made in China, they tell the clients, oh, this is a China product. Straight away, people will have a very bad impression. I mean, I think this is applicable to everybody here, as most of us here. So they're trying to change their mindset. They're to say, even though we bring in a product from China, but there are also good products out there. I mean, this is why one of the reasons why China are able to bloom and grow in such a short time within their own capacity.
Yep, Leng, okay. It's frozen a bit. Okay, Ken. You were just frozen just now.
Sorry, must be my internet connection. I was saying that
it's a challenge we have.
Correct. So they have another additional challenge locally, which is the local certification that you mentioned earlier, because if they do not have that local certification or recognition, then architects or developers
this is a challenge that we have.
For the fear of safety or quality and all that, which is understandably so. So when they try to get those certifications locally, then there is an additional cost. And for them to absorb those costs, it would be tough on them. So certain portion of those costs, they would have to then pass it down to the home buyers or the contractors or whoever is involved in the project. So then this would hike up the selling price of the unit or the property. So at the end, it's not really a win-win situation for everybody. So in my view, I do believe that the government plays an important role in this. The government should come up with certain initiatives to help out both developers, architects, and also the suppliers. Perhaps give a subsidy or just a very bare minimal cost to enable them to get those certifications, so that then these products can be used locally and of course in a safe manner.
Yeah, I think that is something that I would like to follow up on to Alif. For now, what we are looking into the initiative by the government on helping this construction sector now, because we have two here. One is design professionals who has designed. Another one, product suppliers who are in a sense, I would say, challenging with this, what Leng has mentioned, cost certification, cost, and this and that. Is there any government initiative that is in place, or if there is not, then what
maybe
do you
the kind of initiatives that we hope will come in the future?
Yes. What do you think should
so
come
far,
in future?
Any government initiative on the product supply side because I think unfairly so, there's always been lagging behind the product supply side from the initiatives. And even most recently, I'm sure you've heard about the tiles where government actually insisting that most of the tiles to be supplied and produced locally, which is also impossible because you can't meet the price point by having a limited capabilities in Malaysia. So I think we need to open up and look more towards China, to be accepting more of China products. But of course, we do have cerium. In a way, that's also quite good that we do have this governing body that looks into the quality of products. I think it's more of streamlining the application process. That's the most important thing before we can even look at the incentives applying. There's so many, not just even electronics, even ceramics, even glass, even aluminium are all still heavily controlled without, there's not much freedom for people to procure outside.
Yeah.
Even if these tiles say were produced locally, with the current extreme price hikes in all raw materials, I don't think that is going to help the price per average price per unit per se, right?
Right. It's going to be expensive, and it just we are already facing the low ringgit value at the moment. So it's also very high. That's also another point that we need to look at. So definitely, we can only look at import, but also how to make it better. And I think Ms. Lang highlighted about the people are staying away from China. I think it's more on trust. Once you trust the brand, you trust is how we build trust. So having cerium maybe of to help in trust, but also sometimes it also takes up a lot of time to get the license and cost involved. So I think there should be more discussion between
the time taken to build that trust, or even to build that foundation of the trust is also another crucial point.
I think also like a car, once if it's geely, people won't really look at it, but once now it's as Proton, then it's become a hot seller already.
They have a good
waiting
design,
list is too long. It's always about trust.
So no more Perdana or Proton.
Yeah, all Proton.
Well, they have a very good design actually. They have Geely and Proton actually. So when we look into Alif, what is your thoughts for the next 10 to 20 years? How do you think this construction sector will move? Are we going to because now everybody says, oh, okay, we during the pandemic they were thinking after this is going to be new normal. I know our DG Tan Sri Noor Hisham will always say we're going to have a new normal, but now the only new normal that we can see as well is people are still wearing masks. Okay, social distancing, yes, there is as well, not sure. So, but in 10 years time, are we going to go back to pre-COVID, or are we going to move forward? And what is the future you think for the construction sector for in terms of architectural side? What do you think could happen?
Okay, good question. What we've done here at Veritas is even last year, we've been developing this resilience theme or resilience guideline. So resilience means that it's before this we focus on sustainability, but focusing on resilience, it will address a bit more on the all these future pandemics or even future disasters that could happen. So one of the key thing that we notice that helps a lot in terms of shifting the minds of buyers, especially is on two things. One is flexible housing, flexible spaces. That is key. And also for even if you're in apartment high rises, balcony becomes a very important aspect of a design. So no longer we should do a standing balcony or no balcony at all, but at least the balcony should be celebrated, a bigger space that can be flexible enough, whether you want to do gardening or if you want to do exercise, outdoor exercise, or even to work outside. So the key thing people are looking at is flexibility, because before this, the design is a bit too focused, too specific. So that's one of the things that is changing, and we think that it's not going to be going away soon. it'll probably be what matters most in the next 5 to 10 years. Especially if you look at the young generations that are trapped in their house during lockdown, and when they want to buy, say, oh, I need some space that I can breathe outside. So that's one. And also in terms of more on heavily usage of the gig economy, either the Grab drivers, Food Panda delivery, Grab food, all this becomes very important in terms of design on a mixed development scales, the ease of access.
On that note as well, let me just add on a bit that I believe Lilian Tay also talking about car parks.
Yes,
Car parks. There was a VLS Richard lecture series as well, I think, on car parks. So yeah, is that including in when you're talking about resilient guidelines for Veritas moving forward as well? For the projects?
Well, car parks, we try to ask for reduction in car parks. However, this also depends on local authority. But I think DPKL, especially, looking at reducing this more. But other authority may be looking at still keeping the status quo. So car parks is very important to reduce, because a lot of people, because of this Grab, we don't really use cars a lot. Normally we do cars for traveling. So as soon as, in fact, even if all the MRT3 finish and people are even now complaining that the traffic jam is so bad.
Yes, it is.
So we have to look at all this resilience. Not only if it reduces the jam, but also it automatically becomes a much better world to live in. So speak. So yeah, so there's a lot of it's another topic on its own.
Yes, I can see that. I think that is another topic that we can have for another of
resilience.
Our Equinox online. Resilience.
We're looking at it. So there's a lot of changes that we see that we should push more. And I think I said earlier, crisis always brings a lot of change
and opportunity. When I would see it as opportunity as well. When we're looking now, when we're looking at changes and we're looking at online transformation, looking at the next, or how we redesign. I mean, like you're rightly by saying that we are going on, but I think our mindset has to have a different type of a shift, right? Into this endemic stage that we're looking into. Moving forward as well, maybe. Ms. Leng, what do you think and this for Alif as well, how do you think that our construction material, our product suppliers have to react in terms of these new changes, new guidelines? I mean, obviously, when you're looking at lesser car parks and all that, probably it will mean lesser business for them. So, or we're going to look for balcony, a bit more of a balcony, probably is more business for the for the grill, for the iron Montgomery type and all that. So how we are looking into these product supplies or these clients, what they need to look forward to in these current changes?
I think a few traits that every entrepreneur should have would be resilience, highly adaptive, forward-thinking, and opportunity-seeking. Yes, it might be lesser business for them, say, if we reduce car parks. But then why do we want to reduce car parks? Is it because of sustainability sake, or is it because of space saving? And for these two, there will always be other opportunities. For example, if we are looking at the space saving aspect, for example, then they could always go for the lift, what you call the car park bertingkat.
Yes,
correct. Multi-level car parks, which has been very highly used or highly implemented in developed countries like Tokyo, Japan, and all that. So why not, right? I mean, it takes a crisis or a pandemic for Asians or Malaysians to open up our mindset and look into, say, the digital way, fully using Zoom, fully using Skype, fully using Teams for meetings and all of that. So in the future, product suppliers or anyone for that matter, I think, they should always look for or anticipate what is going to happen, or anticipate what are the new trends is going to set once this crisis is over. Because then if they're the trendsetter, then people will start gearing towards that. When they see that, oh, it works for these people, then it is going to be a trend. So Zoom right now is a trend, for example, Skype. So more and more people are looking into other alternatives such as Google Meet, for example. So these are the things that I believe, not to say product suppliers, but entrepreneurs generally should have. Then only we'll be able, as a human population, we will be able to evolve more, to the next level.
I will also touch on, I think product suppliers could focus also on this augmented reality, virtual reality, because there are a lot of, advances in technology like tactile, you can actually feel the surfaces. We've listened to a lot of new products. So I think that could be one of the R&D that you can focus on. And in general, maybe experience, like this is what you will be getting by if you buy a product. I think one of the good supply that was disruptive a bit was Koei, I think, that no one can think about, a water filter could become a good business model. Now it become explode, and you have all the other.
Now they have paid as well.
Mattresses.
They have the bed mattresses also. So this is where I think people are looking at more on the experiences, flexibility, and also ease of usage, so that you don't really commit yourself too much, or it's not seen to be committed too much, but you get a good product and comes with services and material qualities. So I think that could be another aspect.
I'd like to add on to the point where in AR Alif's presentation earlier about robotics. I think that could be the future as well, because even right now, they are using robotics like 3D printer to build schools for the less privileged in rural areas in countries such as Madagascar. So because all these schools, if you use the conventional method or say the construction way, that could take up to months or years. But using the 3D printer or robotics per se, they managed to build a school up in 2 weeks. So that was one technology that they have started to trial and experimented to first of all to help the less privileged, and second of all to set a new trend. So that was to me, I mean, that's why when Alif touched on robotics, I thought that could be the future as well.
Yeah, true. Agree.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Before we, I'm taking so much of Alif's time here. So before that, maybe we can just from the audience, if you have maybe one questions, if there's any, we can take one questions. Alif, are you okay with one question? Just if there's any questions that you like to ask Alif on the anything to this, maybe we can take one question from the attendees. If no questions. I don't see any questions here. Okay, if there is no questions, then no problem, no worries. Before I will, before we end this session, I would like to really thank Alif Iskandar and the Veritas Design Group team on putting this, helping to get Alif to come in this session in this Equinox online as well. And also, don't forget tomorrow we have Equinox Physical Economy, which is Intercontinental Hotel. We have another powerhouse that we are looking at, Mr. A.R. Ng Yek Sing. We'll be talking about resilience as well. So he'll be coming in tomorrow to talk. So it's 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Please come for this session. And again, we'd like to thank Alif and Ms. Kok Sok Leng for this wonderful discussion. And I think a lot of us have actually understood what we need to do and how we need to go through. And there's a resilient topic here, which I think we have stopped there and we got to continue there as well. So which I think on our next session, I would like to invite AR Live to come in as well. So let's work on that.
Fantastic topic to elaborate.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much again for your time, Alif.
Thank you, Alif.
Thank you.
Yeah, you take care. Have a good day. Thank you. I'll pass this floor to MC Stephanie now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much to AR Alif and Ms. Ling for the thoughtful discussion. Also, Mr. Christopher as the moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time for something that we have all been waiting for. The special lucky draw by Construction Plus app and the grand prize lucky draw by BSI Central. There will be 2 winners for the special lucky draw to get the 50 ringgit Grab voucher and 50 ringgit movie voucher sponsored by Construction Plus app. And the final grand prize lucky draw sponsored by BSI Central the lucky winner will get to win 400 ringgit Shangri-La Hotel cash voucher. Let us start with the special lucky draw first. Let's look at the wheel go. The first winner from special lucky draw sponsored by Construction Plus F for the 50 ringgit grab voucher is Lo Ka Yen. Congratulations, and we will contact you soon on how you can redeem your prize. Now is the time for the second winner for the 50 ringgit movie voucher. The prize goes to Muhammad Iqbal bin Hashim. Congratulations to Muhammad Iqbal. We will contact you soon on how you can redeem your prize. Last but not least, it comes to the grand prize lucky draw sponsored by BCI Central. We are now on to our last winner for this lucky draw session. Let's see who is the lucky one to win the 400 ringgit Shangri-La Hotel cash voucher. Let's look at the wheel go. Congratulations to Christina Pinti Christian. We will contact you soon on how you can redeem your prize. Congratulations once again to all our lucky winners. And that concludes the BCI Equinox online webinar 2022. We will also have the BCI Equinox 2022 tomorrow in Intercontinental Hotel from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. We would like to invite all design professionals to join us tomorrow. If you have not registered yet, please register now via the link provided. Once again, a huge thank you to all BCI Equinox partners, sponsors, and attendees for making this event such a wonderful success. We would also like to give special mention to all the speakers who spent precious time sharing their insights with us. It has been great spending the time with you, and we hope you have found value in this event. I'm Stephanie. Enjoy your evening and see you tomorrow. Goodbye.